Making a website has never been easier, and in this tutorial I will show you step by step how to create a professional website using WordPress and the Divi theme, the most popular WordPress theme in the world. Let me show you what we will cover in this tutorial. This is the website we're gonna create together in this tutorial with a clean design, clear call to actions, some subtle animations, proper spacing, the kind of website that instantly feels professional and trustworthy. And everything you see over here is created with the brand new Divi 5 Builder. So if I click over here on Edit with Divi, this is the interface we'll be working with. I can click anywhere and change it. Over here, make it 400 hours. So with icons, with text, with headings, everything can be changed really easily. If I want to highlight something over here, I just click on it, make it bold, underlined, italic. I can give it a link, I can give it another color. That's how easy it is. If I'm over here and I think there should be less or more spacing, really simple. Just click over here and then over here I see layout spacing medium. I can click on it and change it to spacing large. And what you see now, there's more spacing in between. That's how easy it is. We can make use of presets and it will make our whole workflow so much easier and so much more productive. The website we're going to create is optimized for all devices, for desktops, tablets and smartphones. I will show you how to build websites from scratch with Divi 5, simply by dragging in modules and styling them visually. And when you want to change the look and feel of your website, we go to colors over here. And if I change this color to something else, it will change everywhere in the website. If I change this color, look at that. Look at this. If I want to bring it back, Command Z, and everything is back to as it was. I will show you how to create a blog page like this. And when you click on a blog post, we've created a template using the Divi Theme Builder that shows exactly how I want this to be displayed. So the page you see right here, with the content, with the comments, the complete styling of that blog post is created over here using a pre-made template. So I want to show the featured image, the reading time for this blog post, the author, the date it is published, how the content should be displayed, all the headings, images with a nice border radius. And if I change it over here, let's say 0, and I save it, now all the images here also have no border radius anymore. We can even take it a step further. By default you have post types like post, media, pages, but we can even create custom post types like tutorials or projects. And if I want to create a new tutorial, I click over here. And over here I create a lot of custom fields, like the YouTube video URL, the duration of the video. If there are links, I can place them over here. And when I fill in all this information, we use the theme builder to show the video over here, important links. And now you see over here how this tutorial is displayed. On top of that, we're gonna create a custom footer, import and adjust templates, copy and paste layouts between pages, and I'll share practical tips for SEO and performance along the way. When you follow all the steps in this tutorial, you will not only be able to create an amazing website for yourself, but you can also start making websites for clients. Tons of people already reached out to me and said, Ferdy, thanks to you, I can do this now for a living, and you can be the next. In the description of this tutorial, I have timestamps, so if you want to go to a specific part in the tutorial, you can click on the timestamp and you go directly to that part of the tutorial. When I go to fast for you, you can go to the settings here at YouTube, go to playback speed and slow down the speed of the tutorial. And if you want to go back a few seconds in the video, just hit the left arrow on your keyboard and you'll go back 5 seconds in the video. If you like that I made this video for free, then please like the video. Feel free to subscribe for more upcoming tutorials. And now let me show you the 3 steps we're gonna take in order to get started with our amazing website. So first we get a free domain name and we get web hosting. What is a domain name? A domain name is the address of your website. What is web hosting? Web hosting is a computer that's turned on 24/7 with all the files of your website. All the text, images, emails, all the content on your website. So with your free domain name and web hosting, you are visible on the internet. And then we will install WordPress. WordPress is the most popular tool in the world to create websites and it's completely free. When you create a website with WordPress, you don't have to know anything about coding because WordPress is doing all the hard stuff for you. And the third step is creating your website. And for the website we're gonna create in this tutorial, people can charge thousands of dollars, but I will show you how you can do it yourself for free. If you already have your own domain name, web hosting, and you have installed WordPress, you can go directly to step 3 and I will show you right now where in the tutorial you should go in order to continue from that point on. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. If you already have a domain name and web hosting, you can skip this part. If you don't have it yet, let's go to webhosting83.com, hit enter, and then you can click here to go to Hostinger. Through the years, I've been searching for the best web hosting companies that are also affordable, and then I came across Hostinger. I've been using their services now for 7 years and I love it. And I'm not the only one who thinks like that. If you take a look at reviews on Trustpilot, you see that other people are also really happy with their service. And if you take a look at Google Trends, you see that Hostinger is taking over the web hosting industry. They're getting more and more popular. And why is that? Because the quality of their service is top notch and they're really affordable. So in order to take a look at the plans, we click over here on Start Now. And then we see 3 plans. Well, let me make it really easy for you. There are 3 plans: the premium plan, the business plan, the cloud startup plan. If you would go for the premium plan, you can create up to 25 websites. You get 25 gigabyte of storage, which is more than enough. And it is storage in SSD. If you go for the business plan, you can create up to 50 websites. You get 50 gigabytes of storage, but this time it is NVMe storage. NVMe storage is up to 5 times as fast as SSD storage. Then there's the third plan, the cloud startup. But if you're getting started with 1 website in the first year, or maybe 2 or 5 or even 10, then I would go with the business plan. The great thing is that you can always upgrade later. So what does the business plan contain? As I said, you can create up to 50 websites. You get 55 gigabytes of storage, which is more than enough. You can have up to 5 mailboxes per website, like info@yourdomain.com. You get daily backups, so if you somehow mess something up in your website, you can restore a backup from the day before. A lot of amazing AI integrations, and your website will be fast throughout the whole world because of CDN, and that's included for free. With some other web hosting plans, this costs $20 per month. What else do you get? You get a free domain name. With other web hosting companies, this costs money, but with Hostinger, you get it for free for the first year. And what I also really love about Hostinger is that you get domain privacy for free. What does that mean? Normally, when you buy a domain name, all your information is open on the internet and people can spam you with, hey, I can make a website for you, I can make a logo for you, I can do SEO for you. Your email account will be filled with spam. With domain privacy, all that information about your company, your address, your email address, your phone number, etc. is hidden. With other web hosting companies, this costs money, and with Hostinger, this is free. And to make it even better, you can try the service for free. There's a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you somehow, I can't imagine why, but if you somehow don't like the service, you can get your money back, no questions asked. So I scroll up again, and then I go for the business plan. So I click over here, choose plan, and then you can get web hosting for $3.99 per month if you would go for 48 months. So for 4 years, you can get a web hosting for just $192.52. And I can even give you extra discounts. So if you click over here and fill in the name Ferdy, click on apply, you get 10% extra discount. So you pay $172.37. And that's because you get rewarded if you go for a longer period. If you're like, I want to try it out for a year, then you can switch it over here to 12 months. Then you pay $4.49 per month. You still get a free domain name. And then for 1 year, you can have 50 websites up and running for just $53.89. So Hostinger is rewarding you if you go for a longer period. So $3.59 or for 1 year. $4.49 per month, still really affordable. And it all comes with a free domain. So I click on continue. I go for 12 months. And then I need to register an account. I can do that with Gmail, I can do that with GitHub, or I can fill in my email address. So I will fill in my email address. Then I need to create a password. And then I click on register. Now I need to fill in some billing details. It's not necessary, but let me fill in my first name and my last name. I can fill this in later. I can add company details, and when I do so, I don't have to pay the taxes that are added to this account when I'm from a different country. I uncheck this. Then I click on continue. And then there are a lot of payment options. And the great thing about Hostinger is that those payment options are based on where you come from. So I come from the Netherlands, so I see Dutch payment methods. But if you're from a different country, it can be that you see your local payment method, and that's amazing. So I can pay with credit card, I can pay with PayPal, Google Pay, Apple Pay, Alipay, CoinGate. But depending on where you live, you'll see different payment methods. So I will go with credit card. I'll fill in my details over here. And then I click on submit payment. No worries, later on we're going to get our free domain name. Right now we're going for web hosting. Your payment's done, let's go. Set up your service right away to start using them. Congratulations with your web hosting account. Now let's go for a freedomain.com, or maybe in the extension of your country, and then install WordPress. The great thing is Hostinger comes in a lot of languages. So right now I see my main language, Dutch. I can change it over here. And every time I open this, I see more languages. So I will go for English. If you see your language over here, you can choose that. I go for English. Hello, for who is this website? Is it for yourself or are you creating a website for someone else? It's for myself or my business. I click on next. Do you want to create or migrate a website? I want to create a new website. Next. Do you want to use WordPress or the Hostinger website builder? I want to use WordPress. So I click over here. I click on next. And then I can create the login details for my website. So I will change my email address and I will create a password. I click on next. Do you want to create a website with AI or pre-build a website and themes? Well, in this case, I will skip this and I click on create a blank website. And now look at this. You have one free domain available. It can be .com. It can be in your local extension. So let's choose one. I will go for Divi 5. And then as you see, it's free for 1 year. I will go with the .com version. You can also scroll down to see more extensions. I go for .com and then I click on next. Register your domain. Is it personal or is it for your business? I go for personal. I click on next step. And now I need to fill in my details. So let me do that. I scroll down and I click on finish registration. Confirm your email address. I click on register. And now it says finishing your domain registration. This is really important. And now it's asking, where is your target audience located? Well, by default, the closest one will be chosen for me, which is the United Kingdom. It's next to the Netherlands. But if I want to focus on people from the United States, I would choose one of those. So if I go for LA, I would go for this one. If I focus on New York, I will go for this one. So I will focus on people from the United States. I click on this one. But the great thing is through CDN, Hostinger will make sure that your website is loading fast from any place in the world. But right now it's the best to choose the closest server to your focused audience. So if you're focused on the United States, I would choose one of those 3. I click on next. And now WordPress is installed on our brand new website. This can take a few minutes, so we have to be patient. Awesome. Right now we are in the backend of our WordPress website. And what we see right now is that this is our temporary domain name. Why? Because our real domain name, which we just have chosen for free, can take 10 minutes before it gets active. In some cases, it can take an hour, and in real rare cases, it can take 24 hours. Most of the time, it is within 10 minutes. So what I will do, I'll go to the H panel by clicking here. Here I see my domain. In the meanwhile, it says verify email to register. So what I will do, I will go to my email account to confirm my domain. So over here, it says verify your email address. I click on verify email. So that's done. I close this. And now what I will do, I will enter my new domain over here. What I see, it's already live. So that's amazing. It took 2 minutes. So what I will do now, I will click on WP admin. And now, as you see, I am live on my brand new domain. The connection is secure, which is really important. I close this. And now I want to tell you about the front end and the back end of the website. If I click over here, I go to the dashboard. This is the backend of the website. This is where we can adjust our website. So I can place blog posts, I can add media, PDFs, images, videos. I can create pages like the home page, the about page. If I have blog posts, people can leave comments and I can approve them or reject them. I can change the look and feel of my website with WordPress themes. We can add additions to our website with plugins, like to optimize our website for the search results or add page builders or contact forms. We can add other users and give them certain roles so people can do things on our website. There are a few tools available, export things, import things. There are WordPress settings. And when you install plugins, those will also appear over here. So one of the plugins is Lightspeed Cache. So if you add more plugins, this list will become longer. So this is the back end of our website. If I click over here, I go to the front end of our website. And right now it looks ugly, but I will make it better. I go back. Here we can adjust the website. Here we can see the result of our website. I like to work in a tidy space, not only in my office, but also on WordPress. So by default, WordPress comes with a few plugins, with a few settings. So what I want to do, I want to clean up our WordPress website so we can work really efficiently. And in the meantime, I will configure a few important settings. In order to clean up our website, the first thing I want to do, I want to dismiss this message. Then I want to go to the screen options, turn everything off over here. So when we are here at the dashboard, it looks clean. and not overwhelming. Then I go to plugins, and you see when you install a new WordPress website and hosting here, there are a few really nice tools that you can use. One of them is Ferdy. And right now I want to get rid of them all, and then later we can install the plugins we want to use. So right now I click over here, bulk actions, deactivate. So I deactivate all the plugins, apply, then I select them again, bulk actions, delete, apply, hit enter. And you see now Lightspeed is not over here anymore. Then I want to go to pages. I want to get rid of all the pages. So I click over here, bulk actions, move to the trash, apply, go to the trash, empty the trash. Then I want to go to the post. There's a default post. I can click on trash, go to the trash, empty the trash. Now I want to go to appearance, themes. There are 3 themes. There's only one active. Right now it's the most left one. So I click over here, theme details, delete, okay. And also this one, theme details, delete, okay. Then I hover over here. I see howdy and then my email address. I click on edit profile. Here I can change the look and feel of my backend. I want to use the default one. If you want to use another one, go ahead. And then I scroll down. Right now it says howdy info. I want to change that. So my first name is Ferdy. My last name is Korpershoek. My nickname, I can change that. My nickname can be Ferdy Corp if I want to. And then display name publicity as, I can choose all those options. I say Ferdy Korpershoek. Well, let's say Ferdy, because the last name is a little bit hard to pronounce. So now it says howdy Ferdy. If I write a blog post, it will say it is written by Ferdy. If you want to show your last name, change it over here and it will be changed on the whole website. I bring it to Ferdy. I scroll down. If you want to have a profile picture, you can get that by linking your email address to a Gravatar account. I hold Command and I click over here. This costs $50 per month, and then you can show your image over here. Really important. No, I'm kidding. It's totally free. Your free avatar. So you create an account, get started now. You upload an image. Make sure you use the same email address as you use over here on your website, and then an image will appear over there, and it will also be shown when you create a blog post. You can set a new password if you want to. And over here, I can update my profile. So now it says howdy Ferdy instead of howdy email address. So I go to settings, general, I scroll down, I can change the site language, I can change the time zone. I'm from Amsterdam, so I say AMS, and automatically the time zone will change. The date format, how would you prefer to show that? Well, I like the current one, you can change it over here. And the time format, I like to work with AM and PM, but in capitals. The week starts on Monday, I click on save the changes. Right now, your website is live, and that's good news, and that's maybe bad news. It doesn't have to be, but when people go to your domain right now, they don't see any website. So this is optional. What you can do, you can install a plugin that will say that your website is in maintenance mode, and in the meantime, you can create an opt-in form. So you can create a free email list where people can fill in their name and their email address, and then you can send all those people an email at once for free when your website goes live. And in that way, you will have visitors from the first day on. If you want to learn to do that, let me show you right now how you can do that. So in order to do that, I open a new tab and then I go to ferdy.com/omnisend. Hit enter and you'll be redirected to Omnisend. You can click here to get started for free, or if you feel like it, you can click over here. So I click on start free. And I don't need to use a credit card. I can sign up with Shopify, with Google, or with email. I want to go with email, so I click over here. And then I need to fill in my business email. I need to create a password. I always say my website is non-e-commerce, and I agree with the terms. And if you want to, you can receive new emails from Omnisend. I click on sign up, and I need to confirm my email account. So I go to my email account, and then over here it says complete your registration, verify email address. I need to fill in a few more details. So my first name, my last name, my business name. If you don't have that yet, just use the name of your website and the domain you have chosen in this tutorial. And then click on continue. Then I need a few more details and your time zone. I click on continue to Omnisend. Now I go to forms. I click on preview and launch form. And then over here at edit, I say waiting list form. I triple click over here. and I say our website is in the making. I bring it to the center. I change the font to Open Sans, just like this one. And I say, and be the first to hear when our website is live. Over here, I click and I say over here at text, get notified. I can go to the button settings, primary button, change the corners, change the colors. We're going to talk about colors later. Right now, I choose this one. Then over here at input, I drag this on top of email and I uncheck the label. Okay. Then over here, step 2, I delete it. At success, I say change this to Open Sans. And I say over here, you get a message when the website is live. Bring it to the center. And if people already subscribed, I can bring it also to the center. First, I say Open Sans, bring it to the center. Awesome. I click on Save and Close. I click on it again. Then I go to the theme settings. I change the form layout to a landing page. And then I enable the form. I click on Stay on the free plan, continue. Now I click on the waiting list again. And now over here I have a link to my page. I copy this page, then I close this. Now I go to Plugins, Add Plugin. I search for Code Snippets. And it's from Code Snippets Pro, more than 1 million installations, an amazing plugin. I click on Install Now. I activate it. Then over here I go to Snippets, All Snippets. I select all these snippets over here by clicking here, Bulk Actions, move to the trash, Apply. Then I click on Add New. And over here I say refer non-users to external page. Then I paste the link to my OmniSend form. Then I go to ferdy.com/best snippets, hit enter. Here is a tutorial about code snippets. I want to grab this code, PHP code snippet, redirect non-users to other page. So I copy this whole code here below. I paste it. Then I grab this OmniSend page. I cut it, Command Control X, backspace. And then over here, redirect URL, I paste the code snippets form. There you go. I need no description or tags. I click on Save and Activate. So now when I go to my website, I see this. But when someone goes to my website in an incognito window, he or she goes to this form. So I can say Ferdy, my email address. I click on Get Notified. And now when I go to OmniSend and I go to Audience, Contacts, I see I have an email subscriber on my contact list. With OmniSend, you can create automations. So when people opt in automatically based on your schedule, the subscribers in your email list will get emails from you or text messages. You can do split test, A/B test, and you can send campaigns to your complete email list. Super powerful. Well, if you want to learn more about that, you can go to ferdy.com, hit enter, click on the search icon and search for OmniSend. Also really powerful when you use it in combination with WooCommerce. I click over here and here you can learn in depth how to start to monetize your website even more using OmniSend. If you want to see the result of your website without being logged in, you can go to the backend of your website, go to snippets and turn the snippet off. Now let's go back to the settings. WordPress works with WordPress themes. What is a WordPress theme? A WordPress theme decides the look and feel of your website. So the content stays the same, but how it is displayed will change. Well, every theme has their own functionalities. And besides that, there are free themes and there are premium themes. So let me show you what the difference is when you install a few other themes on your website. So over here we have the site title, really important, but first I want to take a look at WordPress themes. If I take a look at my website, this is how it looks. What happens with a theme, you have content. So over here, the site title, also over here. And then there is design, and a theme decides how this design of the website looks. So if I would go over here to themes and I click on add a theme and I go for another theme, this one, for instance, I activate it. I go to the website. The content is still there. My WordPress, also here, my WordPress, but the look and feel and all the things you see over here, that has changed. Another example, I go to themes, add a new theme, and I go for Ocean WP, install, activate. Now I go to my website and it also looks different. Well, there are free themes and there are premium themes. And I want to talk about the best premium theme there is. So ladies and gentlemen, in this tutorial, we're going to make use of the most popular WordPress theme in the world, almost 1 million installations. It is the Divi theme. It's a premium theme. And with that theme, you can create unlimited websites. And with their new update, which is just released, Divi 5, making website has become so much more fun and so much easier. And the code in Divi 5 is so much smaller than Divi 4. So your website will be blazing fast. And with Divi, there is a unique deal. That's crazy. With other themes and page builders, you have to pay per year. But with the Divi theme, there is a lifetime deal. I bought mine in 2016 and since then I never paid another dime for Divi. And I can still use it on unlimited websites. So let me show you how you can get the Divi theme. In order to get the Divi theme, we go to ferdy.com/Divi, hit enter, or you can click on the link in the description. And then we go to the website of Divi and it says WordPress Unleashed. And over here we see it's the most popular WordPress theme in the world, almost 1 million installations. So let's take a look over here at pricing. And this is super unique. Here we have the left area, Divi Pro, with a lot of features over here. Divi AI, Divi Cloud, Divi VIP. We don't need those. I don't want to show you anything that you don't need. So we're going to take a look at the right area. And over here, it says we can get the Divi theme and a page builder. We get a lot of pre-made templates. So websites that are already made for us. And we can just import them and adjust them. And we get Divi Dash. So if you have multiple websites with Divi, you can manage them from one place. Well, look at this. If you sign up over here, you can use the Divi Builder on unlimited websites. Look at this, unlimited website usage. If you take a look at Elementor, if you take a look at a similar plan, €7 per month, you can just use it on one website. With Divi, it's on unlimited websites, a really big difference. But to make it even crazier, over here there's a switch. You can switch to Divi Lifetime. So if you click over here, for a one-time fee of $249, you can use this for the rest of your life on unlimited websites and you keep on getting updates. And by the way, there's a new version of Divi, which is Divi 5, which is so much better than version 4, which was already the most popular one. And that's why I'm excited for this tutorial, because I'm going to show you step by step how to work with Divi 5. And to make it even crazier, there's a risk-free guarantee. If you somehow don't like the tool, you can get your money back within 30 days without any questions asked. Talking about questions, if you want to reach the support, there's 24/7 premium support. And the Divi theme also comes with another few tools, Extra, Bloom and Monarch. I also have tutorials about those tools. So I want to go with the one-time fee so I can use this on unlimited websites for the rest of my life. So I click over here on sign up today. I don't want to upgrade, so I click on the X and I will fill in my details over here. So my username, email address, I need to create a password, confirm my password. I fill in my first and my last name. I'm from the Netherlands. And I want to fill in my VAT number. If you have a company, you get a VAT number and that will subtract the amount of taxes you have to pay. So I will fill it in over here. Then I want to pay with credit card. You can also try paying with the bank. I agree to the terms of service and I want to get updates via email. So I click on complete registration and then you will be redirected to the member area. And then we see Divi 4 and Divi 5. And as you see, the all new Divi built from the ground up. So it's totally recreated from scratch and it's so much better. So I click over here on download Divi 5. There it goes. I go to my website, to the backend, to themes. I click on add a theme. I upload a theme. Let me close this. I want to grab this over here, drag it, and choose file and I click on install now. And then I want to activate it. Awesome. Your Divi license key is active. Divi is up to date. It can be that you will be prompted to log in over here. Do that with the details you just created over here with your username and your created password. And then everything will be linked. Now, if I go to the website, it looks like this. It doesn't look super appealing, but we're going to make it look so much better. And in order to keep things organized, I go to the backend to themes. I want to get rid of all the other themes. So over here at theme details, Ocean WP, I click on it and I delete it. Okay. Then 2020, delete. Okay. 2025, delete. Okay. So we just use the Divi theme. Now let's take a look at the site title over here at settings. I close this. Let's talk about the site title. A really important aspect of your website is the title of your website. So let me show you how to come up with a great site title. As I said, the site title is really important. So don't say welcome to this website. Why? Because people will never search for this if they're searching for your service. So let's say you're a web designer in Amsterdam. People will search for web design agency Amsterdam. So make sure to have that in your title. There are a few sponsored results. And if I scroll down, what I see over here, web design home, web design agency Amsterdam. So this is an earlier tutorial and I'm at the first page in the search results on the term web design agency Amsterdam. So make sure that you have a site title that states what people are searching for. So if I would be plumber, I would say plumber in Rotterdam and then 24/7 service. If you can live up to that, of course. So there's the site title. That's a keyword that people are searching for. And then you need to have something to stand out with. 24/7 service. Or if something breaks in someone's house and they need a plumber at once in the neighborhood of Rotterdam, then this can be really interesting for people to click on. So what you can do, you can go to a competitor or search for the term you think you want to be found on. So if I search for plumber Rotterdam, look at the titles. Plumber Rotterdam, plumber in Dutch, plumber, we arrive in 20 minutes. Super cool way to make people click like, okay, we arrive in 20 minutes. I have a problem right now. What you also can do, go to ChatGPT and say, I have a plumbing business in Orange County. What should a great SEO and converting title be for my site title? Nice question. Well, thank you, ChatGPT. Orange County plumber, fast, reliable plumbing services. So you can also make use of the help of ChatGPT. What I will do in this tutorial, I want to rebuild my website Ferdy.com using the Divi Builder. This one is created with bricks. I spent a lot of money for people to create a new website who were saying that they could help me to grow my business like crazy. Well, they did not live up to their promise. So it's kind of crazy. I am a website maker and I hire people to make a website for me. So I will show you how to create the same website, which cost me a lot of money using the Divi theme. So my title is Learn How to Make a WordPress Website, because that's what I want to be found on. So I will say, learn how to make a WordPress website. And people are not even searching for learn. So I just say how to make a WordPress website. And I could say 2026 if I want to, or a video tutorials or free tutorial to get some extra attention. And then there's the tagline. This is not for the search results, but in a few words, explain what this site is about. So I say, learn how to create your own website. Okay, save the changes. So when people search for how to make a WordPress website, I hope to be found in the search results. Let's take a look at pages. And when we create pages, when we create everything on our website, keep the question in mind, what is the purpose of my website? If you don't know what it is, you're just going to create a few cool things that look nice, but keep in mind, what is the purpose of your website? Well, in most cases, it is to get clients. You have something to offer probably. You want to showcase your services on your website, and the goal is that people will reach out to you and do business with you. Well, keep that in mind with everything you do. Also, when we're going to create our menu with pages, what kind of pages are we going to use? Let me show you how to come up with the best pages for your website that will help your visitors to get in contact with you and do business with you. The best way to create pages for our website is by going to the website, to the front end, and then over here to the theme customizer. And here below there is menus. And first we need to create a menu, and in that menu we can create pages. So I click on create new menu. Then there's the menu name. I always say main menu, but that's just for reference. So you can also say Uncle Jim Roan, whatever you prefer. I prefer to stick with main menu. I can assign this menu to the primary menu, which is this area over here. Then I click on next. And now I need to add items, also known as pages. So I click on add items. Over here, there's a small area where you can add a page. So let's create the homepage. Every single website needs a homepage. That's the first page people will see when they enter your website. So I click on add. Now the homepage is added. And if I click over here, then this goes away. And then I see home over here. So what we're creating over here will be shown over there. So what else? Don't just fill in some pages like for fun, like my favorite color, or no. Keep in mind, what is the goal of your website? You probably want to have visitors and customers, or turn your visitors into customers. So every single page, every single piece of content in your website should help the visitor to get in contact with you. So don't have a lot of unnecessary pages, only the ones you think that will help with that goal. Well, you can also take a look at competitors. So if I would search for web design agency Sydney, I can skip the sponsored stuff or go to this one, for instance, home about. The first thing people want to know, who is this? Can I trust this person? Can I trust this company? So you can say something about yourself. Okay, a lot of experience. This is what he or she has done. Well, probably a he. So I say about, it can be about me, about us. I just say about. What else does Jimmy do? Of course, his services. Well, I also want to showcase that. Only the thing is, I'm not a web design agency. I will rebuild this website. But if I was a web design agency, I would have a services page and then have a submenu with all my services, just like Jimmy, design, development, e-commerce, hosting, marketing. Our work, which is portfolio, insights, that's blog post, and people can reach out to you, contact. So I will rebuild this about Ferdy. I will say a page with tutorials, edit, a page with a blog post. I added one, recommended, of course. So over here I say recommended, and this is a page with multiple pages. So it has a submenu with tools, plugins, and themes. Those are all pages. So I also say over here, tools, plugins, and themes. The only thing is, when I do this, they're all next to each other, and I want them to be below recommended. So in order to fix that, over here, there's recommended. I can drag tools a little bit to the right, and you see it snaps. If I release it, it's now a sub item. So tools is now below recommended. I want to do the same with plugins and with themes. Then I want to add one more item, a really important one, add items. And that's the contact page. That's the goal. People should be able to reach out to me. So right now it looks like this. Recommended, tools, plugins, themes, contact, blog, tutorials, about, and home. Well, if I go to apple.com, if I go to AirPods, and I want to go back to the homepage, there's no home over here. But if I click on the logo, I go back to the homepage. Well, that's how I also want this to be over here. So what I will do here at the menu, page, arrow down, I get home out of the menu. Same goes for contact, because I want that to be a special button, remove. Okay. Publish. And what else? Over here it says on the homepage, no results found, because by default, WordPress is a blogging tool. But that was 20 years ago. Right now, it can be so much more than that. So what I need to do, I need to go back over here, go back, and then here at the homepage settings, I want to change my homepage display from the latest posts, which are not there, to a static page. And then I select the homepage. I don't select the post page because we're going to create something beautiful using Divi with that. So only the homepage. Now we see the homepage over here. So I click on publish, I close this. Now I have about tutorials, blog, recommended, and then I can go to tools. If I'm here at tools, I want to go back to the homepage. I click on the logo and I go back to the homepage. That's how it works. So now we have our menu. Let's take a look at what we can do next. What I want to do, I want to upload a favicon that will be shown on the top of my web browser when people are visiting my website. And I will show you how to upload your logo. If you don't have one, you can go to Fiverr. You can create one yourself by going to one of my tutorials on how to create a logo for free. Or you can play around with the same images I use in my tutorial. And I will show you in a minute how you can get those. What I want to do, I want to make a blank canvas. So I want to get rid of all this and I will do that. But I will also show you what you can do over here and over here. You can change this logo and you can change this favicon. I have a picture of myself over here. That's not necessary, but you can have a nice image over here. So if I would go to tesla.com, you see the Tesla logo. If I go to apple.com, you get the Apple logo. So by mentioning those two guys or two companies, I get a free MacBook and a free Tesla. So thank you, Elon. Thank you, Tim. Now let's continue. If you want to follow along with the same images I use in the tutorial, you can go to ferdy.com/images, hit enter. Then you can fill in your first name and your email. Click on download the resources. I'm already subscribed, so I can download the images over here. And otherwise you can check in your inbox. So what I will always do, I open the folder and then I drag them to the desktop. And then over here, I go to the theme customizer. Then I go to general settings, site identity, and I can have a site icon over here. So I select the site icon. It needs to be square, and they say at least, but it's okay if it's 30 by 30. So I click on site icon, select files. I go to my desktop, Ferdy.com resources. I prefer to work with columns. Then I go to Ferdy.com. And over here, I have my favicon. Open it, select it, skip the cropping. And now I have this play button over here. Super cool. And if you want to, we can publish it, close it. Then I could go to the backend to Divi Theme options. I've taken a look at all the options, but these days everything can be done using the Divi Builder itself. So we don't even have to talk about all these things over here. But here at general, if you want to, you can upload your logo. So I click on upload, upload files, select files, and then I go for my PDF logo, PNG logo. Where is it? I open it. I always copy the title, paste it in the alt text and paste it in the description. Set as a logo. I save the changes. Now I go to the website and we see our logo over here. It's way too big. We need to use CSS in order to make it smaller. So what I will show you instead is how to create every single thing on your website using the Divi Builder instead of using the Divi settings. So are you ready to open the Divi Builder? I hope you are. By default, the Divi theme comes with a header, with a footer, and with a sidebar. I want to work in a blank canvas. I don't want to see a header. I don't want to see a footer. I don't want to see a sidebar. So let me show you how to eliminate the header, the footer, and the sidebar. Since I'm here at the home page, I can edit this page with Divi. So if I go to the About page, I can also edit it with Divi. So let's go to the home page, edit with Divi. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the new Divi page builder. It's the first time I'm creating a tutorial with Divi 5. Before it was a different tool. It was already amazing, but now it's a lot better. So what I see now, the sidebar or the sidebar is gone. So if I would save this and I exit the Divi Builder, the sidebar is gone, but I still see the header and I still see the footer. I don't want that. I want to get rid of those. Well, there's a trick. There are multiple ways to do things, but this is how I want to do it. I go to the backend, then I go to Divi, to the theme builder, and I want to create an empty header. So I click over here at add a global header. I want to build a global header. Now, if I would save this and I exit this and I go to the home page, or let me save it over here also, otherwise it's not saved. I go to the home page now edit with Divi. So the homepage, the header is gone, but when I go to design, and you don't have to follow through right now. If I go to background, sorry, let's go to the section, background, and I choose the color black, and I save it, and I close it. There's still this bar over here. So I go back to the backend. I wish I would have introduced the Divi Builder a little bit different, but we're going to do that in a minute. Right now, I just want to make sure we have a canvas where we can work in. So I go to the theme builder, global header. Then again, I go to the blue area, section settings. I make the background slightly darker so I see how much space there still is. Then I go to design, sizing, and then the max height I say 0, tab, so it becomes smaller. Then I go to spacing, and here at padding I say 0, tab, and at the top 0, tab. So now it's gone. I save it, exit. Then I do the same with the footer. Add a global footer. I go to the section, the blue area, and again I go to design. I go to sizing, and I say max height 0. Then I go to spacing, and also here at padding I say 0, and here at the top I say 0. Save it, and now, ladies and gentlemen, when I exit this, save the changes over here. Now I go to the website. Now we only see what we have created with the Divi Builder. So if I click on Edit with Divi, I made it canvas black. So over here, I click it and I go to background, I remove it. So now I know that everything I create, everything I see is only what I've created using the homepage, using the Divi Builder. So right now it should be completely white if I exit this. That's what I wanted. Now it's time to talk about how you can create awesome websites using the Divi Builder. So ladies and gentlemen, we're about to open Divi for the first time, the Divi Builder. So let me walk you through the interface. So in order to take a look at the Divi interface, click on Edit with Divi. And there are three big areas. There's the top bar, then there's the left bar, and there's the right bar. And of course, there's the content area where we can create content. So let's start with the top bar. Over here, there are a few shortcuts. To be honest, I don't use this. Then over here, we can edit using the desktop. Then we can see how it looks on a tablet and on a smartphone. Really handy. I'll do my best to create designs for you that are optimized automatically for all devices. Here I can zoom. I never use this. Over here, I can save the page, but I prefer to say Command or Control S. I can preview the page, so I can click over here, see how it looks, but I prefer to say Command or Control Point to see the results. So let's say I open the module, the bar counter. So what I say, Command S, Command Point, and then I see how it looks, or Command E, and then I close the page and I see how it looks on the live website. Then I need to click on Edit with Divi to see it again. So what I use often is Command or Control S and Command Point or Command Dot. So I see how it looks on a real website. So as I said, exit is actually Command E, back, or view the page, Command E, edit the page, Shift Command, and dashboard, but I only use Command E. So that's the top bar. Then we have the left area over here. I can click on the plus and I can create something that's already pre-made. So if I click over here, I can search for a whole page that I can import. I can even check it. Have a certain page over here. So maybe I only want to have this area, FAQ. I can use this layout, remove everything else that I don't want to use for that. But if you take a look, I really like those layouts and they're optimized for all devices. I can even search for business and I see something that looks like business, or maybe you're doing something with yoga. Grab a template for that. Then the other one is a save layout. So if you save something later, you can use it again, or build with AI. I think that's not in the plan we have, so I leave that for what it is. Then we have layers. So right now we have a section that is this area over here, the blue section, the blue area. In that section, we have a row. So if I open this, I see the row, and in that row we can have columns. Right now we only have one column over the whole width over here. And in that column, we have modules. So we have 4 levels. A section. In a section, you can have a row. A row can have multiple columns. So let me show you. I click on the plus. I want to have a section with a row with 3 columns. And in one of those, I want to have a button. So over here, it says section row with 3 columns. And in one of those columns, there's an arrow. Why? Because that's the only one that contains a module. I can rename this. So I could call this one the hero. That's the top of a page. Then I can say over here, 3 buttons. So then I can use the layers to navigate. I can also search in the layers. If I search for a button, there it is. So that's how you can navigate. Can be handy, especially when your website becomes bigger and bigger. If I keep this open and I open something else, it opens below it. So it's flexible. I prefer to close things if I don't use them anymore. So that's layers. Let's take a look at the inspector. You can search for attributes. I never use this. Then the variable manager. This is from Divi 5. This is so powerful. So what we can do over here, if you use certain numbers all the time, you can create a global number, and then wherever you are in the website, you can refer to the global number. So let's say I am age. I am 39. So let's say on a lot of different pages in the website, I say that I'm 39. And then when I turn 40, I just change it to 40. And then everywhere on the website, it is changed to 40. We can do the same with text, maybe with an address. So I say address, and I everywhere say this address. And then when I change this address, it will be changed on all the places where I used this text. We can do it with images. So our logo, for instance, with links, colors. So we're definitely going to use that. And with fonts. So we're going to take a look at that later. I just want to show you an overview of what is possible. Then there's the preset manager, also really cool. I just dragged. So let me drag a button over here. By default, it looks like this. So over here, I have the preset manager. I can search for a button or go to the button, and I can change the button preset. So every time I drag a button, I can have a certain style for it. So I click over here. Now it becomes dark. I can change the colors. So I can go to design, go to the button, use certain styles. So maybe I say every button should have a red background. Super ugly right now. The border, let's make it nothing. So the radius can be 5. But the border, I want it to be nothing. So now I save the preset. And now if I drag a new button over here, automatically it has this style. So here at the preset manager, we can do that with a lot of things. We're definitely going to use this. And we're definitely going to change the style because this is super ugly. I don't even want to see it. That's how ugly it is. There's the page manager. If I have multiple pages, go from one page to another page and it all goes really quick. There is the wireframe. If I cannot select something because something's in front of something else, then I can go to the wireframe and there I can see the hero. Therein is the row. There's the bar counter. So I can select exactly what I want to select using the wireframe. I leave those 2 options for what they are. There's X-ray. So I see the amount of space there is in between things. So sometimes I don't know which area I should adjust. And then I can take a look at the X-ray and I see, okay, there is some padding over here that needs to be gone. Over here, builder settings. Right now, this is stitched to the right. But if I click over here, look at this. By default, of course, we adjust the desktop, not the tablet view. By default, I want to use the desktop always. Then the settings of the modal default position. Fixed right sidebar. In the earlier version of Divi, it could be floating. So if I click over here, now this area can float wherever I want. I can stretch it. This can be handy if you have a small computer screen and you want the content to be left behind this area. I prefer to stick it to the right. That's also how you can do that. So over here, you can change that. Everything else fine. What I like to change is the interface. All the other interfaces are dark. I prefer dark if you're working for a long time over here. Dark is better. And this is also cool. You can change it to my favorite color, to orange. Well, normally I tend to stick with as much as default options settings as possible. So what I will do, I will use a dark interface because that's better for your eyes, but I will keep this one blue. If you want to have an admin bar, I see no reason why you should have that. So that's the left bar. Here we can toggle to a dark or light interface. And then here at the right, we can adjust a lot of things. We can adjust the content and the design. So over here, I have a module. I can click on it. So it's now selected, the bar counter. I can change the background over here. I can also go to design, change the layout, change the bar, change the text, change the title text. So depending on what kind of module you use. So if I would click on the plus and I add a call to action, based on the module you select, there are different options over here at content and design. We're going to spend a lot of time in content and design, and I really like how this all is displayed. So if I want to add an animation, over here there's an overview animation. There are some presets, and then we can adjust those settings. I really like how they set this up. Right now I want to set up global colors, also known as variable colors, that you can place on your website once, and then in your entire web design project, you can make use of those colors. And when you think halfway through, or maybe at the end, or maybe your client says, hey, I want to have different colors, you can change those variable colors and then they will change on your whole website. This will speed up your workflow like crazy. Let's take a look at variables. This is so powerful. We have to set it up once and then we can use this throughout our entire web design career because we can export those and import those on other websites. So I want to start with the colors. Let me close this. If I click on the plus over here and I want to have two columns. The first one, I want to go for a bar counter. And the second one, I want to go for a call to action. You see they have this color blue by default. Well, if we go to variable manager, to colors, we see that color over here. So if I change this color, it will change on both places. And that's the power of variables. So what I've done, if you take a look at Ferdy.com, I want to use those colors and I have them in a note. So what I will do, the primary color, I will copy it. I will paste over here, get rid of the hashtag and then hit enter. Now it is this color. Then I have a secondary color that is slightly darker. I paste it. Then I have a color for headings and body text that is this one. And for the body text, as you saw, I also have orange. So I click on add global color and I call this one orange. I paste it, get rid of the hashtag. There you go. I can also make it a primary color or accent color. I just prefer to say orange. And I also like to add white. Pick a color, choose the color white. I save the variables and I apply the changes. And now if I'm somewhere over here, I'm at the background. Instead of choosing a color over here, I can go to this icon, insert dynamic content, and there I see my global colors and I can choose the color I wish to choose. Then if I change one of those colors later, they will also be used over here since we're going to use dynamic variable colors. We can do the same with headings. We're going to make use of text in our website, body text, and headings. Headings are titles in your website. And we can make use of pixels. We can also make use of rem, but we can also make use of clamps. It sounds a bit complicated, or maybe it is a bit more complicated than pixels and rem, but it will help you to make your headers and your text responsive. So when we do this the right way, we don't have to make our website responsive later on. It will do that automatically because that's what a clamp does. So let me show you how that works. We can do the same with numbers, and this is super powerful. So I go for global numbers and I call this one H1. And I can have a value. I go for the value clamp because I want my H1s and H2s, my headings, I want them to be optimized for all devices. So at Ferdy.com, I search for sizes, hit enter. Elementor V4 course, pixels or rem. Well, even though we're going to use Divi, you can click over here. And for each H1, I want to use this code. So what it does, it decides to change the size from 52 till 34 based on the width of the screen. So it automatically becomes smaller. I will show you the difference in a minute. So I copy this code. I paste it over here. I hit enter. And now, if I would add a heading, so I go for a heading, my title goes here. Then I go to design, heading text H1. Over here, I could say the size, I want to change it to pixels and make it 54. There it goes. But now I add another heading. And then at design, I go to heading text H1. Instead of choosing this size, I go to this icon. I don't see global numbers yet, so I have to save the variable, apply the changes. Now again, I click over here and then I see H1. If I select this one, it's the same. It's also, oh, it's 52. So let me go over here, say 52. Now I say Command S, Command point. So they're both the same height, but look at this. This is pixels and this is a clamp. If I make this smaller, you see, the lower one becomes smaller. Upper one, not. This one is in pixels. This will never change. On the mobile, it does not change. On the tablet, it does not change. But this one does. It's optimized. It's responsive. Why? Because we use that code clamps command point. Because we use this. So I will add H2. Then over here, clamp H2. Paste it. Then I go for H3. So let me fast forward. And then we can also add body text and also use a clamp. So it also automatically becomes smaller on a different device. Okay, I save the variables, apply the changes. So now if I change this one to H2, heading, let me see, I get rid of this one. I select H2. It's smaller, command point. So H1 is bigger, H2 is smaller, and they both shrink, become smaller. The upper one doesn't, so let me see what's going wrong. That's sometimes how things happen. Oh, it's still this one. So I need to select H1, save, command point. Now they both shrink. Yes. Then I can go to the text over here, body text, font weight. I can go to the font size, and instead of choosing 14, I go over here and I say body text. And then I would like to go to line height. Over here, I see 1.8. So I can change it to 1.8. Save it, command point. Now also this text becomes smaller when I go to a different device. Isn't that powerful? Let me show you right now. I use the extension from Chrome, what font, exit what font. So over here, okay, I cannot see it because I'm probably in the builder. I say command E. And now it's size 18. If I make this smaller, it's size 16. So that's what we see over here. So by default, it is 1.25 RAM. That is 16 pixels times 1.125. And when it becomes smaller, it is 16 pixels because 1 RAM is always by default 16 pixels. So in that way, we work so much more efficient, but we can take it to the next level. Edit with Divi. Oftentimes, we're gonna add a heading. So I'm gonna click on the plus and I'm gonna add a heading. And then by default, it looks like this. And if I go over here, what happened over here, by the way? Why is it back? Yeah, I go to design, to the heading text, then I need to scroll down again, and again. And every time I need to grab this one. Instead of doing that every single time again, I go over here and I'm gonna edit this as a preset. So the heading default preset will have all the options I want. And when I do that, it becomes light. It becomes the opposite color of what you have over here. Then I go to design. I change this to H2 because that's actually almost always the heading I want to use. Then at size, I grab H2. Then letter spacing 1.15. Like that. So there's a bit more space. And here we can pick a color for the color of the heading. I want to go for the primary color, which is that one. So every single header will look like this. And to finish it, let's scroll up. There is the heading font. And I click over here. I want to go for the heading font, which is Montserrat. Okay. So now if I add a new heading, by default, it will have all these settings, as you see. The only difference over here is it's H1, but from now on, by default, it will be H2. So that will save us a lot of time. Then I want to go for the text. There I want to do the same. Click over here. Default one, I want to go to design, to text, text font. I select the body text font, the font size. I want it to be the body text, and then the text line height, it suggests 1.8. And now every single text that we add will look like this. Don't forget to save the preset. And now I'm in the black area again. If I click on the plus and I want to have a text, by default, it will look like this. So I get rid of everything. If I want to have a blank page, I go to the upper section and click over here. Save it. Now Command E. We have a blank page. Edit Divi. We know what the... If this one is gone, go to the settings here, the builder settings. And I select fixed right sidebar again. Save it. Command E. Edit with Divi. And there it is again. When we're creating our website, the website has a default width. Let me show you how to adjust the width of your website, and I have the perfect amount of pixels for you. So let me share those with you. Let me click on the plus, one area, and I want to have a bar counter in it. I save it. I say Command E, so I go back to the page. This is how it looks. I want to change the width of the website. How can I do that? Over here, I go to the theme customizer. Then I go to general settings, to layout settings, and here I change the website content width to 1120. Publish, I close it, and that's ideal width for your website, 1120 pixels. I click on edit with Divi, get rid of everything over here. And now let me show you how to build using Divi Builder. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get started with building our website. We've done a lot of introduction. We're already an hour into the tutorial, but right now we're gonna build something. So step by step, I'm gonna show you how to build content using the Divi Builder. And I've been playing around with the Divi Builder version 5, and I love it. It is so much more intuitive. Your websites are faster. There is a learning curve. That's why this tutorial is a few hours long. But I'm really excited to show you step by step how everything works. And I wish you that through this tutorial, you'll get more familiar with Divi 5 and you will start loving to build websites with Divi 5. I'm so happy for you. So if you can appreciate that I made this video for free, then please like the video and feel free to subscribe for more upcoming tutorials on how to make websites. And of course, I need to change with the market. We're going to talk more about AI and vibe coding, affiliate marketing, e-commerce. So feel free to subscribe. And now let's continue to build stuff using Divi 5. So as a reference, I use Ferdy.com, my own website. So what I will do, I will start with copying this, Command C. And over here, I want to have a new area. So if I would create a new section, I would click over here. I would like to have two areas, a left one and the right one. We call them columns. I click over here. And in the first row, I would like to have a heading. By default, there's H2 because that's what we've selected over here. Heading default preset is H2 with all these settings, really nice. So learn how to, but it doesn't look like this at all. How can we make it look like that? I click over here. I go to design, to heading text. It's H2, that's good. The heading font, I want to make use of the heading, which should be Montserrat. And if that's not the case, let's go to the variables. Fonts, we did not change this yet. So at heading, I select Montserrat and look at what happens over here if I select this one. It changes because from now on, we're going to make use of global fonts. So the body I want it to be Open Sans. I save the variables, apply the changes, and I click on it again to close it. So learn how to, I want it to be capitals, like that. The heading color, I want to change that because I'm going to make use of a different background, a dark background like this. So in order to do that, I go to content. There's the background. I select dynamic content and I go for the secondary color. Now I go to design. I change the heading text color to the white one. Great. Then I go to sizing and I align it to the left so we don't have extra space over here. Awesome. Now I want to go to spacing, that is below that area. I want to work with the rem. So I check this, and then I say here it should be rem. Here it should be rem, and let's say padding rem 1. Both on top and at the bottom. Also here, 1 left and right. I like it. I see this is much bolder. So I go back up to heading text. Heading font weight, I make it heavy. Awesome. There seems to be less space over here. So if I want to fix that, I go to the spacing and I say 0.5 rem. Also here, 0.5 rem. Now I want to have a border. So below there's the border. I want to go for rem and say 0.5. Let's see what that does. It can be more, it can be 1. Learn how to. This text is bigger. So I click over here, I go to the heading text. And even though it's H2, I can assign the heading text size to H1. And now it is bigger. It still is an H2, but it has a styling of H1. And now it looks like this. So what I want to do, I want to click over here on the row. In the beginning, this can be complicated. For me, it was. So you have a section. In that section, you have rows. And if I select a row, there are 2 columns in this row. So in order to select one of those, I need to go to content, to elements. And there I see I have 2 columns. So I have a section. In that section, I have a row. And in that row, I have 2 columns. In order to select the first column, in order to make it wider, I click over here and now I see over here I'm at the page, I'm at the section, I'm at the row, and then I am at the column. So I'm here at the left column. Now I can go to design, to layout, and by default it's 50% because there are 2 columns. So if I want to change that, I need to go to sizing. The width is auto. I can change it to percentage and I say I want to have 70%. Tap. And then I have everything in one line. Great. Then I should go to the second one. So let me go back over here to content, to elements, to column 2. There I should go to design, sizing. Sizing. And then change this to percentage. And I should say 30 because then the total amount is 100. I want to duplicate this. Grab the second text, make a website. Over here at content, text, make a website using WordPress. There's a lot of space over here. There's less space over here. So in order to fix that, I need to go to the section, to elements. I go to the row, and in that row, I go to the first column. And there I want to say at design, layout, there is a vertical gap of 30 pixels. I want to bring that back to 0, tap, so I see it's the right area. Then I want to change this to rem. Let's see what 1 rem does. That's 16 pixels. How about what I can do, you know, if I want to have 12 pixels, I say 12 divided by 16, and it's 0.75. So I could say 0.75 in vertical gap. That means if I place something below this, there's also just 0.75 gap. So let's do that. Over here, I have a list. So I search for a list, icon list. There you go. So we need to do two things. Of course, we need to change the styling and the content. So let's do the content first. I copy this. And of course, I teach you how to create this website. You can create your own website based on what I teach you. My goal is to show you how everything works so you can create your own designs. But if you want to learn how to work with this, you can just follow through and do exactly what I do. I paste the text. I paste the text. Click over here. Before you had to click over here, now you can just click somewhere in the module. That's an improvement. Then I go to the icon. I change it to a check mark or a check. I go to the bold one. Then over here, bold one. Over here, bold one. And then what I really like, if I'm at Elements and I go to another module, it also stays in Elements. I don't have to go back every time to open Elements. So that's really nice. So if I may, I want to click here, go to design. Now I can make all the icons orange individually, or I go to the whole icon list and there I go to settings. Now I go to icon. And if I change the color over here, it changes on all three areas. Well, the text here is white, but if I make the text white, I don't see the background anymore. So let me get rid of this one. I will go to the section, to content, to background. I can have a background like this, or I can have a gradient, or I can have a background image, background video, background pattern, background mask. There's a lot you can do over here. I want to go for a gradient. I will edit. There are two colors. I click on the first one and I go for this color. I can go for the second one, choose the darker color. What I also can do, I can choose the light color. Then it looks like one color and then I click in between. So I can click over here and there I can make the color a bit lighter. What I see is that the color is from top to bottom. So if I want to change that, I can scroll down and change the gradient direction to 90, tap. So what I can do, if my image will be here, I can make sure that I select this one over here, and then here I can have a lighter area and I can drag it around. Wait a minute. There are a lot of new colors. Wait. Okay. I click over here. I can scroll, bring this back to 90. So I can play around like that. Okay, and now I can go back over here, or even better, to the whole list, to design, to body text, the font. I choose the body font. The text size, I go for body text. I can make it bolder. So let's go to the boldness. And of course I want to change the color. So text color, I select white. So it looks quite similar. I like it. I can make the icon bigger if I want to, but I think it's okay as it is. Then I can click on the plus and I can go for a button. I don't even see the button because the styling is the same colors as the background. So what I can do, every time I want to create a button, I want it to be orange, unless I want something else, but by default I want it to be orange. So I go to the preset of the button and I decide to adjust it. Then it becomes light, so I know I'm working, let me call this at the orange button preset. I go to design and the first thing, of course, no content. I go to design and the first thing I want to do, then I want to go to button. The button background, I want it to be orange. Okay, I scroll down the button border. I don't want to have a border, so I say 0. But if I scroll up, I do want to have a radius. So if I would say 2 rem, it's already enough. It looks like that. Then the button text, really important. I want it to be white. Let me see. Button font, body, button font, weight. It's a bit bold, so let's go with bold. No uppercases, because that's also not the case over here. Color, button, what's that button line? I'm searching for the button text color and I want it to be white. Well, the text is too big. So instead of going for the font size, button text size, if I change to body text, it's smaller. I want it to be even smaller. So I click on reset viewed and I say for rem, not 20 rem, but 1 rem, or even 0.75. That's really small. So let's go for 1. Okay. I'm okay with that. If I hover over it, I see an icon. I don't want that. So I scroll down even further. Then there's the button icon. I don't use it. Turn it off. Save the preset. Yes. So now if I would upload or place a new button, by default, it will be this one. How cool is that? I think it's really cool. I can say Command S or Control S. I can say Command or Control Point. This is how it looks. Learn how to make a website using WordPress. And I see there is some space over here. So that is something that happens in this module, the icon list. And if I go to the wireframe or to the X-ray, I see there's extra space over here. So if I turn this on, I can go to design, to spacing, and then at padding bottom, I could say 0. But what I see, if I would increase this, I'm not at the list. I'm only at the top item. So I'm at the wrong area. That's what sometimes happens. So I go back. Let me see. I click over here and I should select the icon list item. No, icon list. So I go back one time and now I'm at the icon list. And now if I would say 0, yes, there it goes. I keep on learning and this is how I make websites. So maybe this is too little. It's a bit too close. So I change it to rem and I say 0.25. A bit more space. Learn how to make a website. I think it looks really nice. Let's go to this area. I click on the plus and I search for an image. Then I select an image over here. I go to upload files, select files. And I go for Ferdy. You can upload your own image if you want to. I copy the title. I paste it in the alt text and I paste it in the description and I upload the image. There it is. Well, I want it to be bigger. So I go back. Now I'm at the column and at the, let me see, I go to design, sizing. Remember we said it was 30. If I increase this, let's see how far I can increase it before this goes to the next row. So I go for 41%. Then I want to align it at the end, but I still see the space over here. That's why we need to go back to the section and at the section add spacing at the bottom. I say 0, tab. There you go. Save it, Command Point. Sometimes I just like to enjoy what I've created, learn how to make a website using WordPress. Super cool. So many subscribers. By the way, if you want to subscribe, feel free to do that. And by the way, sometimes I forget things. So let's go back over here. I was working in the button preset, but button, if people hover over it, what should happen? Well then, so right now I'm in the hover state. So everything I change right now will only be changed on the hover states. So I change this to the primary color. I save it. Yes. But look at this. It's only changed for the hover. So if I go back to desktop, it's orange. So now if I say Command S, Command E, it changed like that. Super cool. And of course, we need to change the text here. So it says get started. So I go to content, text, get started. And it should link to a page which we have not created yet. So right now I say hashtag. Hashtag. Save it, Command E. Now let's see how it will perform on different devices. So we've created a section using Divi 5. Really important to optimize it for all devices. Normally what I did before, I'm going to create the whole page and then at the end I'm going to optimize the whole page. But sometimes you want to copy things and paste them later somewhere else in your website. And then if those areas are not optimized, you have to optimize them twice. So after every section I create, I optimize it for all devices. So let me show you how to do that. So if I drag this, make it smaller. Ooh, that's what I see over here. No padding or margin. Also not there. The text, okay. There's quite some things we can do. So let's do it. Edit with Elementor. Over here, add this module. I go to Design, to Spacing, and at the bottom, I say, you know what? Let's go for 1 rem. I'm sorry. Oh man, after so many years, I still sometimes don't get it right. Padding is from within, margin is from outside. So bottom 1 rem. I don't see it right now, but if I would go to a different device, I see there's still spacing over here and also over there. So, okay. So far, so good. I click over here and then this looks weird. So what I will do, I will go to the row settings. Then I go to Content, Elements. Make sure that you see both columns over here. So I'm at the row. Then I go to Design, Layout, and I decide that for a tablet, I have the direction from top to bottom, like that. Then I go back to Content. I go to the first column. Since everything is below each other, I will say over here at Design, at Sizing, that the width is not 70% anymore, but 100. And then this text is normal again. But then this is all the way below. So I go back, or I go to Content, to Elements, to the second column, click over here, go to Design, go to Spacing, and now at the margin top, I make it a -1. And look at this. So I can also say 247. I just bring it up, bring it closer to each other. I think that's a really nice solution. And if I would bring it up too much, look at this. The spacing of 1 rem will stay there. That's not true. I thought it was. Okay. Until I think it's perfect. How about 86? The year I was built, created. Not created, I was created in 1985. But 9 months later, in 1986, I was born. So that's some interesting information. How about a smartphone? Well then, let's bring this to 0. Let's see what happens. So how about -100? And then just play around like that again. But what I also see is that this text is on the second line, this one. So I can click over here. I can go to heading text, and it was formatted with the clamp of a heading size. So what I've done here at Ferdy.com, you can go to Divi, hit enter, go for the 2026 tutorial. This is the old tutorial, but I'm making a new one. I will replace it if it's finished. So all custom CSS codes for Divi 5, clamp size for heading. This one is a bit smaller, which will make this one fit. So over here, let's see, I paste the heading size. Now it fits. So also over, oh, wait a minute. I think I should do that on a desktop. Paste it. Then I go over here, get rid of it, paste it over here, get rid of that one, and then paste it. Now it looks like that, and it looks like that. And then I go for, let's see, the row, content, elements, to for the second column, design, spacing. I promise you, the more you play around with this, the more sense it makes. But in the beginning, I was like, what? I have a section. In that section, I have a row. And then in that row, I have columns. And then in the column, I have modules. Where should I do the padding? But that's why I make this tutorial. So I hope you don't have to go through that very difficult situation in my life where I had to learn all that by myself. All by myself. I don't wanna be all by myself anymore. Just leave it in, why not? It's my YouTube channel. I exit the builder and then I drag this to the left. I like it. So now it's optimized for all devices. Let's go to the second area. What are we gonna create next? I want to create a second area in our website and I want to showcase some of my expertise. Like, hey, how much experience do I have? How much videos have I made? So I want to show people what I've already accomplished in my field of work. So they're like, okay, that's interesting. Maybe I want to do business with this person. So I'm talking about showing a bit of credibility. Let me show you how to create 3 areas in your website. Drag them up a little bit so there's a nice overflow with the first section with the hero. And then I will show you how to optimize those for all devices. So let's create this using the Divi Builder. I go to Divi, edit the page with Divi. And I want to create a new section. I hover over this area, click on the plus. And I want to have 3 columns. And I want to start with an icon. And below that, I click on the plus. I want to have a counter, a number counter. There you go. So I go to the icon. I change the icon by clicking here. And it is a play button. So I search for play and I grab this one. Then I go to design icon and I change the icon color to orange. It's really big, so over here I can change the icon size. Let's use rem and then I will say 3 rem, not too big. Yes. Then over here, I go to content, to text, the title. Below it's videos. I have more than 1500 videos. So right now you see percentage. I go to elements. I wish I could make this better. Change this to another sign, any symbol, just a prefix or a suffix. Right now I can do that over here, but then it will look weird. The number starts and then at the end there's the plus. Then I go to design, to the title text, and I want to change that. Let's see, text size. I want to change that to body. That is this text over here. Then I want to go to the number text. So I close this, I go to number text. And then I want to make use of the dark secondary color. And the font size, I want it to be H3 and bold. So I scroll up a bit, font weight, bold. So there's a lot of spacing over here. So in order to fix that, I go back to the column. Then at layout, I go to the vertical gap and I say 0 tab. So it comes closer to each other. And then within this module, I go to content, to design, layout. And also here I say 0 tab. So it comes closer to each other. Let's see if it's the same. Let's take a look over here. I want to go to the number title, number text, and the font I want to make use of. The heading, there you go. Okay, now I go to the section, and for the sake of the tutorial, I go, you know what, I will go to the variable manager, go to colors, and I want to create a new color, which is off-white. So it's not white, it's a little bit darker. I save it, apply the changes, and then I go to the section, to content, background, and I grab the off-white color. Now I click over here, then I go to the row, then I go to content, elements, the first column, and then over here, I edit this and I go to the background and I make it white. There you go. Then I go to design, I go to spacing, and I say the padding should be, let's say 1 everywhere, like that. Then I go to the border, and the border radius can be 2 rem. Okay, let me save it. I say command dot, so I see how it looks. I'm happy with the result. There can be a bit more spacing. Command dot. So I go back to spacing and I say make it 2 rem everywhere. Command dot. I like it. And I want to have a shadow. That's why I had this background color. I want to see the difference. Command dot again. And then in order to fix it, I go to box shadow. There are a few presets. There are also inner shadows. I go to preset 3. There you go. But it's really out there. So what I want to do, I want to make this 10%. So slide shadow. Then I go back over here and I go to content and background, and I can get rid of the background. But what I prefer to do, I drag this to the left so it becomes transparent. Then I go to the design of the section, to spacing, and here at padding 0 and 0. Awesome. Command S, command dot. Awesome. Now I go to the row settings, to content elements. I duplicate this one twice. I go to the 4th one and the 5th one and I remove those. So now it looks like this. So let's see. I need to have another icon and some text. So let me do that. I click over here, the icon. So let's say graduation, I have a lot of experience. Then over here at text, I say experience, and the number is 25 years plus experience. Then over here, I go for the icon and I search for a bell because it's about the amount of subscribers. 1.2 million subscribers. Save it, command dot. Okay, now I want to go to this section, to design. Spacing, I want to bring it up. So I go to margin, top, and then decrease it. So I go down. Look at this. The only thing is that we don't see this information anymore. So let's go for -80. Save it. Let's see how it looks. Okay. So I want to have more space. In order to do that, I go to the wireframe. Let me go back, get rid of this. Go to the wireframe view, then I go to the button. I go back to the normal view. So now the button is selected. I go to spacing, and then at the bottom, let's see, I think margin. It's in rem, so it makes big steps. You see the space. How about 8? I think this looks decent. But then the question, of course, is how does it look on a different device? So I click over here. It still looks decent. Then I want to go for the phone. And then you see there's a lot of space. Well, what I like is that this is below each other and there's still the passing on, and that is hovering over the other area. So what I will do, I will go to the button and then here I decrease it a bit. Save it. So now for the tablet, we still see everything next to each other. If you make it too small, what happens then? Well, that looks weird. So what I also could do for the tablet view, I can also go to the row settings, design, layout, place them below each other. Then I would like to justify them in the center. And I want to go to the sizing and then the width. Decrease that. This is in percentage. I can also change it to something else. So how about 70? And then for the phone. Let's start with 10 and increase it until we think this looks great. on the mobile. So, one more thing. Here below there's not a lot of space. Nothing. So we can increase that, or if you use the same background for the next area, it's not necessary. If you want to increase this, then go to the section settings, go to spacing, and then at the bottom, increase it. So I go to rem. So now there's more space over here. Keep in mind, one rem is 16 pixels, and I use rem because it's better for optimizing your website. So ladies and gentlemen, so far, so good. It's counting, and after that, it shows the years and the plus and the plus. I can also have a plus over here, add it with Divi. Click over here and I say plus. Voila. I like to have less space in between, just like here. Really simple. Everything is maybe simple if you know how to do it, but I had to find out how that works. So I go to the rows, design, and then at layout, the horizontal gap. So I always try if it's working by using 1 pixel. Yes. So I go to rem. I can say 1 rem or 2 rem or 1.5 rem. That's the one I like. Quant E. Man, I think it's awesome. It looks very similar. So let's go to the next part. As I said before, with the Divi theme, you can create unlimited websites. So you can even become a web designer, create multiple websites for multiple people. And then it's nice if you have a great workflow that will save you time. That's the whole idea of Divi 5. So to work as efficient as possible. So we can work with presets. When I drag a heading to the builder, by default, it has some settings. If I adjust those presets, those default settings as a preset, then I can save myself so much time. So let me show you how to set up presets so you can work more efficient. So the next part, this area, seems quite easy, but it is. Let's click over here, edit with Divi. And I want to create a new area. I click on the plus. I want to have one area, one column, one row with one column. And I want to start with a heading. So by default, it creates this one. I call this one WordPress Education. And then I want to go to design. Heading text H2, Montserrat. I want it to be bold. In the center, I want it to be uppercase. I want it to be heading text color orange. I want it to be smaller. So I click over here. I want to go for body text like that. So I want to use it as a subheading. So what I can say over here, look at this. New preset from current styles. I select that. I call this one heading sub. And then at design, everything should be selected as I just selected it. I save the preset, Command S. So now, if I click on the plus, I want to go for a heading by default. I get this one, but then I can go over here and I can say choose heading sub. This is so cool. This will save you so much time in the long run. Right now I'll say Command Z. And over here I want to change some things. So what I also can do, click over here, edit the default presets. So I want to style it a bit further. So I call this one H2. So by default, this is how an H2 should look. H2, global font. It can be semi-bold. I want to use by default the color primary. Sorry, this is the line color. No capitals. I want it to be bolder. So I say bold. You know what? Ultra bold. By default, I want it to be in the center. And I'm happy with how it looks now. So I save the preset, yes. So from now on, by default, if I create a new heading, look at this. This is the style. This is how we can save time. So I go to this area, I copy this text. By the way, start learning today. That's what I want to say over here. Start learning today. And below that, I want to click on the plus, go for a text. And by default, we already set it up. I paste the text. And what I can do now, I can go to design. I can go to text. Then I can say it should be aligned in the center. I can also give this a style. So if I want to align text in the center, I can click over here, create a new preset from the current styles and call this one text align center. Scroll down all the way, save the preset. What else can we do? If I go to sizing, look at this, the max width. So I say over here, the max width in RAM should be 50. So it's a bit smaller and aligned in the center. So now I can click over here, create a new preset from current styles and call this one max width 800. I scroll down. Here are the settings, max width 50 RAM, aligned in the center. Save. So let's get rid of this. Start over again. One area. I want to have a heading. The heading is WordPress Education. So I click over here. I say WordPress Education. Then I go to this area. And I say make it a heading sub. Okay. Then I click on the plus, a heading, start learning today. So I click over here, start learning today. Then I click on the plus again. I go for a text. I copy the text. And this is how making a website becomes easier. I paste it, then add design, add the text. I click over here. I want to make use of align text center. And at the sizing, I want to say max width 800. So in the beginning, we have to set up a lot, but then through the time, it becomes so much easier to create those results. Let's see how it looks on different devices. Great. Only thing I want to change is the space in between. That is sometimes a matter of searching. So there's the section. Then we go to content elements. In that section, we have a row. So I can go to design, layout, and think the vertical gap should be 0. See if anything happens. No. So we need to dive a bit deeper, literally, because we don't need to go to a section or to a row. No, we need to go to the column. And then we see all those areas. And then I know if I see those areas below each other, okay, for those areas, for those modules, I go to design, layout. And now if I would say vertical gap 0, then it's close to each other. So I say RAM 1. And if I want to, I can say over here, create a new preset based on the results. And then I say gap M. So I know there's a normal gap between all the elements or all the modules over here. Modules, elements, widgets, whatever you want to call them. I save it. So now I could click on the plus for a new section, but I want to stay in this section. And in this section, I want to have a new row with 3 columns. And in the first one, I want to add a blurb. Why? Because since everything is still in one section, I can give this whole area a certain background. We'll come back to that later. So let's create 3 beautiful blurbs. Sometimes it's better to use multiple rows in a section because then you can maintain the same background for both rows. Let me show you how that works. We're going to create 3 columns with some information in it. I'm going to talk a bit more about copying and pasting, about styling. So it will be fun because I already recorded this. I know it's going to be fun for me. I hope it's also fun for you. So let's create this over here. I can use a blurb, but what I prefer in order to have more freedom, let me remove this. I want to have a column. In that I want to have a title and a button. So I click on the plus, I go for a heading. And then I click on the plus, I go for a button. Great, then I go over here to the row settings. Let's go to content elements and I want to go to the first column. I click over here. Now I go to background. I want to go for an image. I click over here, upload files, select files. I will use the images from my website, those 3, open. And with tutorials, I want to use the YouTube button photo. Let's get rid of the dash, copy, paste, paste, upload an image. There you go. Now I go to design, to spacing, no, to sizing, to the height. And then I go for rem. And I increase it until I think, yes. Let's go for 30. Okay, then I go for a border radius of 2 rem. Okay, then I go to layout and I want to justify the content to the end and align it to the left. Okay. Then I want to do something here at content again. I have a background image. Let's see if I selected the right column, background. There's the image. I also want to make use of a gradient. So let's create a gradient. I want the first area to be this dark one. You know what? Let's make that one. Let's detach from the variable, click over here and drag this all the way to the left. So it's transparent. Then over here, also a color that's totally to the left. And then at the last area, I want to have a dark color. Then I scroll down and I want to have the gradient over the image. So I scroll down, place the gradient above the background image. Now we see something happening over here. So if I drag this to the left, we can have a nice gradient area and this is still transparent. So I like that. Then I go to the title. I go to design. Oh, first to text. And I say over here, tutorials. Then I go to design, heading text. I change the color to white. Then I go back to the content area, to the first column. I want to go to design, to spacing. And over here, I say rem. Connect everything. Rem. I say 1. And it's still pixels over here. So I bring it to rem. And maybe 2. 1 is enough. I want to have less space in between here. So I'm still at the column. I go to layout, vertical gap, I say 0. There I go. Then I go to rem and I make it 1, like that. Then I click over here and I say at content, text, go to tutorials. So then I see a lot of spacing over here. So I go to the row settings, to design, layout, and here the horizontal gap, I change it to rem and I say let's do 1. And I think that's good enough. So command point. It looks very similar. Of course, we can have more padding, etc. But I like this. You know what? I'm right. I click over here, content, elements, column, and then I go to design, sizing, spacing, change everything to 2. Save it. I think the text can be a bit smaller. So I go to heading text and I change the size. Right now it's probably using H1 or let's use H3. Perfect. Now I go to the section, to content, elements. No, I'm not at the right place. Let's click over here. Yeah. I duplicate the column and then I remove the last 2. Then I go to the second column. I go to the background and I choose, over here at image, I choose this color, this image. And then I go to the third column, background, and I select this one. Save it, command dot, really nice. Don't be fooled if this doesn't work. You think, oh no, the buttons are not working. Well, just say Command dot, Command E or Control E, and now the buttons are working. So I want to bring this a little bit up. So I edit this with Divi. And then I go over here to the column background. Let me see the gradient. And I bring this to the left. And then I can go back to content elements, column 2, background, gradient. Bring this to 42. Then I go back, I go to elements, the third one, background, gradient, 42. Or right mouse click, copy gradient stop attributes, and then I go to another one. Let's see, gradient, right mouse click, paste the gradient stops. So that's also a way to copy and paste things. How does it look on a different device? Let's take a look over here. It becomes quite small, and it seems that this is gone, but it's not. Let's go to the phone. Everything is below each other. I think that may be also better for the tablet. But let's take a look. Command E. Becomes smaller. So far, so good. This is weird. And then it looks like this. Well, then you don't see my face. Here you see my face. So what I will do, edit with Divi. I go to the row settings, design for a tablet, layout. I say bring everything below each other. Then I bring this to the center. Let's go to sizing. Let's go to width. How about 100? And then it looks like that. Save it. Command E. And there we go. Everything below each other. Make smaller. Okay, over here I would like to have some more spacing. So let's see what happened there. I know, because I said over here at design, sizing, that it should be 100%. So here I would like to say 90, and then it will be back. Command E. Awesome. So we created another area and made it responsive, optimized for all devices. Okay, let's speed up the workflow with copying and pasting, because in the beginning it's a lot of work, but the longer your website becomes, or the bigger, the more you've built, the more you can copy and paste things. So let me show you how you can do that. On Ferdy.com, there's a new area. So let's see what we can do with copying and pasting. So I added a page with Elementor. Sorry, there I say it again. That's what I say so many times. With Divi, I click on the plus and I want to go for 2 columns. In the first one, I place an image. I grab that image, upload files, select files. I go for this one. It already has corners, so I don't have to do that myself. If I would do that, I would go to design, border. I would say rem 2. So now the border is a little bit bigger. Still create a border. Super cool. I click on I don't click on the plus. No. I duplicate this area and I drag it over here. Then I duplicate this area and I drag it over here. If it's not working, I can try the layers. So there's this heading. Let's go to the second column. The thing is, it opens everything. So if I release it over here, it should be fine. Okay. Then this text, let's drag it here below. Okay. This one on top. So the man behind Ferdy, copy. About Ferdy in capitals. I leave it with normal font. So I say about Ferdy. I copy this text. It's a lot. So if I save it and I say command dot, there's more space needed. So what I can do, I can use less paragraphs or go to ChatGPT and make the text shorter. So a few things I will do over here. I go to content elements. I go to the second column and then at design layout, I say that the gap vertical should be 1. Over here, I bring this to the left. So let's go to heading text, left over here, left over here. Get rid of this, get rid of this, go to text, bring it to the left. And then I want to duplicate this area and drag it over here. I go to content, text, and I say read more. So command dot, and now it's in between. I can even bring it to the center vertically. So command dot again, over here at design. And then I wonder where I should do this. Over here, yes, command S. I could also do it over here at the, not at the row, but at the column, but better to do it over here. That's not the result. Here's the result. Okay. Looks great. Okay. Let's take a look over here. Looks great. And over here. It looks great. So we created another area and it's getting faster and faster. We've already created a few sections. Now I want to show you how you can make use of different kind of backgrounds in Divi. As you see over here, we have created a linear background. So if I go to the section background, I can go to gradient. Did I say linear? I mean gradient. And I could get rid of it by clicking here. And then I go for this color. Then I need to get rid by doing this. So what I can do instead, I can also add an image. So I go to the third tab, add a background image. It can be anything. So it can be something like this. You can make it parallax. So there's a nice scroll effect to it. So you can have a nice background. And what you also can do, you can have a background, as I shown you before, in combination with an overlay. So over here, I can say, make them link. So I can make this dark blue, make it transparent a bit. And then at the right, I can make it like that and make it opaque. How do you say that? Fully visible. Then I can have something in between. So that's how you can play around. Then, if you go to the image, you can also make use of blending modes, overlay, color dodge, lighten, darken, color burn. So you can do a lot of things. But what you also can do, let's get rid of this for now. So we only have this color. I also get rid of this. Now I go to image, I add a background image and I click on upload files. I made a few files which are just bad drawings from me, and then I increased the blurriness like crazy. So this is one I use for my hero, as you see over here, but it has a black background. So what I can do, I can go over here and then I choose, let me see, I choose twice the same color, this one and this one. And then I go to the image and I need to choose a certain, I say blend, so I say overlay. And now you see the difference between this area and this one. So let's try a few. Darken. Let's start with multiply. Okay, screen. Make it something like this. That's what we've used. Then I can go to the image over here. I can make it parallax. I can make it fit. I can make it the actual size. I can center it to the bottom center like that. But then I see that weird line over here. So I can say cover again, play around with all the other blending options until I think, yes, that's the one I like. So that's what you can do. If I go over here, I go to the section, to the background, and I can grab this one, for instance. So there it is. Over the whole width and height, it's covering it. So I can change it from cover to fit. I can change it to actual size. I can change it to custom size. That's what I prefer. So let's change this to RAM and say 6. Also here, RAM 6. So it's a lot smaller. You almost don't see it. So let's say 6 here. And then I can position it, let's say bottom right. So there it is, really small. So how about I say 40? Let's say 40 over here. So now it's only here. Just like over here, I use a different color. So later on I can decide to change it to something like that. And then over here, I could say if I want to add an image, this one, make it a custom size, RAM, and again I say, let's say 30 times 16, and then bottom left. So I go from something like this to something like that, and I like it. I like the style. You see a bit of the colors I use in my website. So we use something like this, and something like that. So that's how you can play around with backgrounds. When you mess something up, you want to go back in the history so you can save those mess ups. So every time you do something, that will be saved. So if you go to the history of Divi, I don't mean the history of the page builder Divi, like when was it created? No, I'm talking about the history of all the actions you took in your Divi website. So let me show you how to go to the history panel and go back in time with all the changes you have made. Actually, I want to get my old gradient back. So if I would go to the section over here, to gradient, it's gone. I don't have it anymore. So what I can do, I can click over here, go to history or Shift H. Let's see. It's now, I go back a few minutes. Okay, I need to go back more. There it is. I like it. So now those other backgrounds are gone. So real quick, click over here, add a background. No. Background here. This one. Make it custom size of RAM and RAM 30 and 30. And make it bottom right. And then over here, I can do the same. So that's how you can make use of history. Shift H. And you can go back if you want to. I like it. Command S. Command E. So I have back, and over here I have my other background. We're going to create a new section, and now you're going to learn a bit more about how you can style things, style different modules. And of course, this is the website I'm going to create. But when you learn how to work with this through this tutorial, you can also create your own content. So I do my best to show you how to create an amazing website and how to style everything. But when you learn that, you can also decide to create things. The goal of this tutorial is for you to see something on the internet and like, hey, I want to rebuild that using Divi. So right now we're going to use those modules, but I hope that through this tutorial, you can learn how to style anything. We're gonna talk about fetching the latest blog posts and tutorials. It's for another tutorial. We're gonna skip this. We're gonna skip plugins. This has everything to do with advanced custom fields. That's for another tutorial. We're gonna take a look at this area. And I see some similarities with something we've created before. So let me show you how quick we can make this. It's getting easier and easier. So what can we do? This looks similar. So I duplicate this whole section. There you go. Then I click on it, I drag it. So I scroll down all the way down until I see a line here below, a blue line. I release it. Then I get rid of this whole row. So FAQ, copy and paste. Triple click. Over here I say frequently asked questions. Then I go to ferdy.com. I copy this. Paste it. There you go. And then I click over here. Let's see, where am I? Over here. I want to click on the plus and I want to go for an accordion. There you go. I selected this area because somehow I could not click here below. So let's style this. I grab the module, then I go to design, to sizing. I click over here. I would go for max width 500. And if I've not created that yet, what you can do, you can click over here, change it to something else, then say new preset from current styles, and then you can give it a name. That's how it rolls, how it goes. By the way, I did not copy the text. There was a glitch, I guess. I click over here, then I go to content text, and I paste it here. So now I go to this module. Then the same thing with border. I click over here and I go for, is there no border preset yet? Wait a minute. No? Okay. Let's go for rem 2. There we go. Then the border 0. And then I say over here, new preset from current styles. And I call this one border radius M. Scroll down, save the preset. Okay. Then what else do we have? We have the title text. I want to give that a color. Blue, there it goes. And the text color is fine. The title font is the heading. The title font weight, it can be bold. I use body text. Then there's the close title text for over here. And I scroll up. I want to do the same. So I go for the primary color. I go for the heading. I go for bold. There it is. Only the background should be different. So what can I do? Let's see. The toggle. Toggle background color is white. Then when it's closed, also white, otherwise it's gray. And if we want to, we can give it a small shadow. So I go for the third preset. And then I say, make it 10%. Okay, then I go to the text. Let's see, where's the text? Body text. Body font. Oh, no. I choose body. Font weight is okay. Text color is okay. Size. Let's go for the body text. There you go. Line height 1.8. Now we're getting somewhere. So if I would go to content, elements, I can duplicate it a few times. So let's go to the first one. What is WordPress? So I copy this. And over here, edit, text. I paste the question. I paste the answer by copying it here. Pasting it there. Let me fast forward and come back to you. So if I save it, Command point, it looks like this. If I cannot click, I say Command E. Okay, what is WordPress? How do I install WordPress? So there you go. Can I change this icon? It should be possible. Over here, it's an arrow. Let's see what is possible. Toggle icon, arrow. Okay, but it doesn't change when you click on it. So you can also do an arrow to the right. Arrow. Let's see. Something like this. And then the design icon. Which color is it? Save. Command E. Very, very nice. Then the question is it optimized for all devices? The answer is yes. And so we create another area in our website. So what we're gonna do now, if you want to, you can learn how to create a header using Divi 5. And man, I love this. You have so much freedom to create whatever you have in mind to optimize for all devices. So this is the header we're gonna make with a logo, a menu, a call to action, a top header. And we're gonna create it using the Divi 5 builder. If I make it smaller, we'll make sure that for tablets and smartphones, this will be shown. And if you click on the hamburger, a menu pop-ups like this. This is fully created using Divi 5. So I create something like this, but you can also make a mega menu with multiple columns. You have complete freedom to create whatever you want to create over here using Divi 5. And of course, it's also optimized for mobile. And if you want to close it, you click over here. So it triggers when you click and you can close it like that. That's what we're going to create in this tutorial. By default, this is the menu that is created by Divi. I want to change that. I have my website over here. And I want to create a header like this. If I make it smaller, and I click over here, something like this appears. I want to create something similar. So in order to do that, we go to the backend over here. Then I go to Divi Theme Builder. And I want to add a global header and I want to create that using the Divi Builder. So I click over here, build a global header. And now we get started. So what I will do first, I'll click on the plus and I want to create one column like this. I want to add the menu module. So I select it. And besides that, I want to click on the plus over here and I want to add a button. There you go. I click on the section. I go for the background and I create a color right now that is the primary color. Then over here, I go to the menu module and I remove this. Now I go to the row settings, to elements here at content. I click on the column, then I see the menu and the button. If you see that, go to design, layout, and bring everything next to each other by clicking on row and from left to right. Then I go to content and I click on menu and I want to add my logo. But by default, WordPress and Divi cannot upload SVGs. I want to use an SVG because they stay sharp no matter how big your logo becomes. So I click on save the changes. I click on exit, save the changes over here. Then I go to plugins, add a plugin, and I search for save SVG. There it is. 1 million active installations. I click on install now and activate it. That's it. Then I go back to Divi, the theme builder. And over here, I click on this icon so I can continue to edit. Then I go to the menu again to logo, add an image. And if you want to follow along with the same images I use, you can go to ferdy.com/images. I click on upload files, select files, and then this is the folder that you can download over here, ferdy.com resources, ferdy.com, and I go for the ferdy.com logo white.svg, just 3 kilobytes. I open it and I upload it as an image. There you go. Now I go over here to the row settings, to elements, to the column, Then I go to design, and at the layout, I want to align the items center. So everything is on the same height. Then I click over here again. I close layout, and I want to go to the logo. The sizing, I want it to be smaller. So I don't work with pixels anymore. I prefer to work with rem. So I click over here, rem, that's 16 pixels by default. So let's say 12 rem. Let's see, it's quite the same. Cool. Then I want to close this. I want to go to sizing, and I want to expand this. So this goes to the right. Over here, by default, I see this orange logo. If you upload a logo for the first time, it does not look like this. So what I've done, I make use of a preset. So what I've done, I go to the button, turn this on, choose a orange background, create a border of 2 rem. Then I go to the button text. It should be white. And the button icon, I don't want that, so I turn it off. If I go to the button text, I want to change this to uppercase. Then over here, I go to the menu text. Active link color, it can be orange. The menu font, you can choose one. I go for Montserrat. The font weight, I want to make it bold. The menu text color, I choose the color white. If you don't see this, and this is what I talk about in my really big in-depth tutorial, or you can click over here and choose a color of your choice. I go for the variable color white. The text menu size, you can make it bigger or smaller. I want to make it capitals. And really important, I want to bring it to the center. Over here, I think the font is too big. So what I can do, I can save it. I can exit. Go to the website. I choose this extensions, what font. Over here, I see it's 14. And over here, I see it's 16. So let me exit this. Go back over here to the dashboard, to Divi Theme Builder. And there I go again. Since I don't want to leave this area anymore, I want to go over here to divi5.com. So here I will see the result of what I'm creating over here. So over here, I change the text to contact. Then I go to design, button text. And I change the text size to 1 rem, also over here. Let's make sure, menu text, 1 rem. So now it's the same. I think it can be less bold. So I say semi-bold, better also over here. Button, text, and semi-bold. Save it, refresh. Okay, there's so much space over here. I want to decrease that. So I go to the section, to spacing, and over here at the padding at the top, 0, and also there, 0. Awesome. If I hover over here, I want to have a different color also over here. So how can I do that? I select the menu, and then over here I go from desktop to hover. And now if I go to menu text, and now when I scroll down and go to the menu text color, I can change it to orange. Well, I selected the hover settings. I go back to desktop. So now I save it, refresh, like that. Then let's take a look at the submenu. Menu font, I scroll down. I go to the drop down menu. So a lot of choices I can make over here. The background color, I want it to be white. This also to be white. I don't want to have lines. The text color, I want it to be the primary color. Active link can be orange. Background color for the mobile, let's say white, and the text color on the mobile, primary color. Save it, refresh, and now it looks like that. By the way, if I hover over here, I want it to be darker. So I go over here, select hover, then I go to the button, background color, and there I change it to, let me see, the darker one. Bring it back to desktop, save, refresh. There you go. So this looks decent. And then the question is, how does it look on different devices? Well, we're gonna use a different header for different devices. So if I would make this less wide, it looks like this, but that doesn't matter because we're not gonna show this on other devices. But before we're gonna take a look at the responsibility, there's another part over here. I also want to add that. So over here at the theme builder, I click on the plus. I want to go for 2 areas and I want to start with an icon. There you go. I search for a star. This one, I want it to be orange. First, go to design, icon. I change it to orange. And then I go to rem. Let's see, 1 rem. 2 rems is a lot, so let's say 1.25. I like it. I can, let's see, I can duplicate it, duplicate it, duplicate it, and duplicate it. Then I go to the row settings, content, elements. I go for column 1, the left one, so I see everything below each other, and then I go to design, layout, bring everything from left to right. Great, then I go to the horizontal gap. If I would say 0, they're next to each other, and that's kind of how it is over here. Okay. Next to that, there is a text based on a lot of reviews. So I want to click on the plus, go for a text area, and I paste text. Then I go to the row settings. Let's see if I can do that over there. Layout. I want to align everything. Well, it's not aligned. So what I will do, I will go to content, elements, to the first column, design, and also there I want to align everything. Yes. And maybe a little bit of a gap. So I go to the row. Let me see. Where was I? I'm at the section. Now I'm at the row. I'm at the column, design, layout, horizontal gap. Let's make that 2. Otherwise, I can say over here, settings. I go to spacing, and then at the left, I say 1 rem. Awesome. What else? I have a text trusted by so many businesses. I can click on the plus, go for a text, paste the text. I want to align it to the right, so I go to design, text, align right, save it. Okay. Well, what I want to do over here at content elements, this column, I want to go to design, to sizing, and in percentage, I say this can be 40. And then over here, the other one. So let me go back to the second column, design, sizing. I bring it in percentage to 60. So now everything is on one line. I can drag this on top. Then I go to the section, to spacing, and I say padding 0. This one also 0. Save, refresh. I think the text is so big, way too big. Over here, it's a lot smaller. So let me fix that. I click over here. I go to text and I change it to rem. I say 1 and even 0.75. Also over here, rem 0.75. Then I go back to the whole section, to spacing. I go to rem, and rem, I can even link them, and I say 0.25. So I have a little bit of space. If I want to, I can increase it. Whatever you prefer, it's your party. Save it. So for the desktop, we created something quite similar to this. What I see right now is we have a duplicate. So I get rid of this one, Command S, refresh. Okay, so far, so good. I want this only to be visible on a desktop. So both areas, the top header and the main header, I want them to be invisible on other devices. In order to do that, I go to the section to advanced, and at visibility, I say disable on a tablet and on a phone. The same I do over here, tablet and a phone. And then we're gonna take it to the next level by creating a menu for other devices. So I click on the plus, new section, one area, and I want to start with an image. Let's grab the logo again. I think we had 12. So first let me click over here, go to background, make use of the primary color so I see it better. I click over here, I go to design. Let me see the sizing, the width. How about RAM 12? How about 11? Let's see if we can match it. Okay, let's do 10. The other area, I want to have another area. Click on the plus. I want to go for an icon. So I go for an icon. I don't even see it because it's the same color as the background. So I go to design, icon, change the color to white. And then I can change the icon size. Let's go to RAM. How about RAM 2? Well, first let me change the icon. I want to go for a hamburger menu. This one. So then I think maybe 1.5. You know what? Let's go for 2. I'm in a good mood. I click over here. Then I go to content, elements. I want to go to the row, to the column. Then I see image and icon. I want them to be next to each other. So I go to design, layout, bring them from left to right, center them. And now I want to, let me see. I want to have space between. So this one goes completely to the left. This one goes completely to the right. When I hover over here, nothing happens. So I click on the icon. If I cannot click on the icon, I can, but if I cannot, I click on the wireframe. And then over here, I scroll down, I go to the icon, select it over here. Now it's selected. Then I go to the hover. And then I go to the icon. And for the hover state, I want it to be orange. Bring it back to the desktop, save it, refresh. If I hover over here, it becomes orange. Then I go to the section, to spacing, and over here I go for RAM, let's say 1 and 1. Keep in mind, this is in pixels, so let me change it to that. Okay, let's link it. So keep in mind, if I go to the tablet, those two are not visible anymore. So this is how it looks right now. By the way, really important, if I click on the logo, so logo, sorry, at content, link, it should link to / to the homepage. Also, over here, it should link. Oh, this is the row link. I want to have the image link also /. So on which page I am, doesn't matter. If I click over here, I go back to the home page. Also over here. So what will happen? Over here, later on, at the end of the tutorial, I will say at visibility, disable on a desktop. So on a normal screen, this menu will be displayed. If I make it smaller, this one will be displayed. We're gonna make it transparent, but for the sake of showing you how everything works, for now I keep this background, but later on we're gonna fix that. So for bigger devices, this will be shown. For smaller devices, this will be shown. And then if we click over here, a beautiful menu will pop up. So far, so good. Now we're gonna create a new canvas, and on that canvas, we're gonna create our mobile menu, or also for tablets, and we're gonna create cool effects. So let me show you how to set it up and then how to activate it through the hamburger menu. For now, I click over here. I want to go to advanced and enable this. So when we refresh the page, we can test if everything's working. This is my website. This is the Divi website. So right now, nothing happens. So what we're going to do, if you click over here, a menu will pop up, slide in, appear from somewhere, and we can then create exactly what we want in that slide in menu. Let me show you how. So we work in the main canvas right now. I can create a new canvas, and I call this one mobile menu. Add the canvas. I want to start with equal columns. Okay, let's keep it for now like this. So I go to the section settings. I go to design, to content, background. I want to go for a gradient. So I click over here. The first one, I want it to be this color. The second one, this color. Then I want to go to design, to sizing, and the height, I want it to be a viewport height. Sorry, not width, but viewport height of 100%. So depending on the screen which people use, this will be shown. Save it. For now, this is okay. Just for fun, why not? I click over here. I'm gonna go for an image. I use Ferdy.com. I go to design, sizing, and I say width in rem 10. Okay, I save it. And what I want to do, I want to be able to see this when people click over here. So we need to have a trigger. Well, before we do that, I want to go to the section. I'll go to the wireframe, triple click, and I call this one mobile menu section. Command S, really important for reference. So I want to trigger this canvas when people click over here. So I go back to my main canvas. I click over here. If I cannot select it, I can, but then I use the wireframe. Then I go to advanced. Then I go to interactions and I add an interaction. When people click over here, a visibility of something should be toggled. So something goes from not visible to visible. And what should that be? Which modules should that be? So I click over here. I scroll down. This is all the main canvas. So I go to the mobile menu, and that's why I renamed it, because right now I see mobile menu section. Awesome. If I save this and I refresh this, by default, I see this over here. It looks really weird. Why is that? Because the canvas we are creating is below the main header. And that's not what we want. So what I need to do, I need to go to the mobile menu. I need to go to advanced. Let me see. I need to select the section, advanced. I go to position, and then over here at the Z index, I say 999, 999, which is super in front of everything else. Save it. Another thing I need to do right now is relative. So it's this area appears below. I don't want that. So what I need to do here at advanced, at positioning, I need to change it from relative to fixed at the right top. Save it. So now refresh. It's now on top of everything else. But I don't want this to be there without me clicking on that link. So I need to create another interaction. So let's go back to the main canvas over here to interactions. I want to have another one. So on load, when the page loads, what should happen? I want to hide an element, and that is the same one. That is also the section. So what I'm actually saying is when the page loads, it hides the other canvas, the mobile menu. And when people click over here, then it appears. So let's see how that works. I refresh the page. It's not there. That's a good thing. If I click over here, it appears. That's also a good thing. But now I cannot get rid of it. So that brings me to the next thing. I go to the mobile menu. So the trigger is working. Now it's a matter of designing the mobile menu. So I click on the plus and I go for an icon. I want it to be a close. I want it to be with a circle. If I make this smaller, there's also a nice circle like that. So I leave this open like this, so I see what I want to create. So there it is. I almost do not see it. I go to design, icon. I change the color to dark. And I change the icon size to 2 rem. Or, yeah, 2. Okay. Let's see if I go back. The column is everything next to each other and with space between. What is happening over here? Row settings. So let's see. Row settings. Oh, is it 2 columns? Okay. So what I will do, I will go to the wireframe, drag this one here below. It's gone. What is happening? Okay. And actually I don't need the other row. So let's see if I can get rid of it. Second column. Does that mean that automatically there is now 1 column? No. So what I will do, I will create a new one. And I add a new row, 1 area. And I drag the image over here and I drag the icon over there. I close this. This is how it goes. Making websites. I click over here. I go to content, to the column. There they are. Design, layout from left to right. Vertically or horizontally or vertically aligned and space in between. Yes. Now over here, when I hover over it, I want it to become orange. So I go to the icon. When I hover over it, it becomes orange. And transform. Second one, uncheck. I can say 2 pixels to the right. Save it. Refresh. If I click over here, okay. But if I click on it, nothing happens. So what I will do, I still selected the icon. I go to advanced interactions. By the way, if you like this tutorial, please like the video because I'm excited. I want to take it to the next level on this year, 2026. So I hope you can appreciate it. I really like this option, by the way. Let me go back to desktop, add an interaction. I selected the icon and the interaction is when people click on it, toggle visibility of the mobile menu. So that should say if it's on, it will be turned off. If it's off, it will be turned on. So let me refresh this. I click over here. And now if I click over here, it closes. Awesome. What is next? Well, this whole area, this whole section, I would like to have an entrance animation. So I go to transitions. No. Where is it? Oh, I should go to design, animation. I want to go for a slide. And sometimes it loads a bit weird because I said slide, but you see a fade. So I go for a slide from the left or to the left. I forgot. 750 milliseconds. Save it. Refresh. So if I click over here, okay, it goes to the left. I want it to go to the right, just as over here. So you see the logo, the close button. We're creating something similar like that. Well, it's too slow. So I say 300 milliseconds. Okay, awesome. If I want to focus over here, give it some extra attention, I can go make it white. Okay, so over here, I can add something new. I can go to the wireframe. This is one row with two things next to each other. Now I want everything to be below each other, so I add a new row in the same section, one area, and I want to start with a divider. I almost don't see it. I go to design, line, I change it to off-white. Okay, then I go to spacing, padding 0, and the other one 0, and somehow I still see nothing, so I will decrease the margin top. Something like that. And now I would like to add a menu and make it vertical, but that's not possible. So I click on the plus, I go for text, and then I say about. And then I go to the design, text. I choose Montserrat or the heading. That's what I've done over here. I talk about it in my big tutorial that you can watch at ferdy.com. Search for Divi and then find it. The font weight, semi-bold. The text size, let's go for body text. Line height is okay. Color, I want it to be white. And when I hover over it, I want it to be orange. Let's go back to desktop. Okay. Also over here, add the spacing. Maybe I should go to the line because there I can maybe decide the sizing. No, I still can do that over here. So also at the bottom, I want to bring it a bit more to the top. $36. Okay. This, of course, should link to the About page. And what I can do if I want to, when I hover over it, I can go to Design, to Transform. This one, uncheck, and say 2. Bring it back to desktop. So when I hover over it, refresh, click over here, hover over it. Where's the line? I don't see it. Well, maybe it has to do with the caching. There it is. Oh, I love this. I really love this. There you go. So about, triple click, tutorials, recommended blog. What else? Knowledge. Okay. And I have a submenu. So I can fix it by doing something like this. Then I go for the dot symbol and just copy it or click over here. Paste it, sorry, over here, paste it. And then I say I have 3 recommendations, tools, themes, and plugins. Save it. So now people go to my website. It looks like this. Also, when you make it smaller, it's on the full width of the website. I can close it over here. I can hover over here. I see some animations when I hover. I really like it. And I can place here anything I want. So I'm showing you how to create something like this, but you can have anything. So I click on the plus. I want to go for a button. It says contact in capitals. It should be. So I go to the button, text. There you go. And if you want to, you can have something like this. I'm okay. So you can create something over here that you want. I want to click over here on the row settings, column settings, I mean. Okay, and there I go to design, layout, and then the vertical gap 10, or in rem, let's say 1. So everything is a bit closer to each other. Then I go to the divider. It's a section, so I go to content, elements. Ooh, where is it? Wireframe. I go to the divider, design, and then at sizing, at spacing. I'm making tutorials for a long time, too long time now. It's it's 12:30 at night. Yeah, let's create some space over here. Save it. So refresh, fresh. Okay, I close it. I like it. Okay. What I want to do now, I want to make sure that this, I go to the main canvas. This is not seen on the big screen. So I go to advanced visibility, disable on the desktop. Those other ones are disabled on other devices. There you go. There you go. What I also want to do, let me see over here. On the desktop, I go to content. I get rid of the background. Save it. And that looks weird. That looks like this. So what I want to do now, I want to click over here. I go to design, to spacing, and then margin top. Go for the minus, no. Margin bottom, minus. Let's see how that looks. Save it. Refresh. That looks great. Now I need to go to the home page. I go to the first section. Let's see, minus 70. So what I need to do now here at design, spacing, I need to say 70. No. Sorry. At padding, 70. Save it. Command E. Why not make that 140? Save it. Command E. So I have a bit more space. I can also make it less. So how about 100? Edit with Divi. I had no idea it would be such a long tutorial like this. Spacing 100 and 10. Command E. Yes. But then for a smaller screen, look at this. There's this again. So we're almost there. I go to the tablet, to the section, to content, background, get rid of it. I do the same at design. What was it at the bottom? Minus 70. I don't know anymore if I'm doing it right. Let's find out. Yes, I see the background. Oh, really nice. I want to show you how you can create a footer for your Divi website. So let me show you what we will cover and then let's get started. We are going to create this footer over here, and it's optimized for desktops, tablets, and smartphones. By default, Divi comes with this footer already since 2015, or since I use this. And let's make something beautiful out of this. What I want to make use of my reference website, Ferdy.com. I paid tens of thousands of dollars to let this website be made. A little bit hypocritical because I'm a website maker, but they promised me golden mountains. And the best thing I can do now is show other people how to make a website like this. So this is the footer I want to create. I go to the backend, to Divi, Theme Builder, and then over here I want to create a global footer, a footer that's been shown on every single page in the website. So I click over here, build a global footer from scratch. Now we open the Divi Builder. So the first thing I want to create, this area over here. How can we do that? I click on the plus and I go for one area, one column, and I want to start with an image. I select the image. I use this one. If you want to follow along with the same images I use, you can go to ferdy.com/images. I upload this image. Then I go to design, to sizing, and I change it to RAM. That is by default, one RAM is 16 pixels. So I want to go for 10 RAM. Okay. I don't see a lot. So I go to the section over here to content, background, and I want to create a gradient by clicking on the second option, add the background gradient and the first color. I make use of global colors. You can create this over here by following the tutorial, the big tutorial about Divi 5. First color, click over here. Second color, awesome. Then I click on the plus because I want to add a second area, and that is social media follow. Okay, then I hover over here to the row settings. I go to content elements and I select the column by clicking here. And when I see those two modules, then I go to design, layout, and I change the layout direction from left to right. I want to justify everything over here and I want to align the items in the center so they're aligning perfectly. Okay, then I go over here. If I cannot select it, I click over here on the wireframe and I go for social media. So I go to content elements and I see a few social media icons. Well, I want to make use of Facebook and X and I want to add a new one. So I click over here, I go to network and I select where is Instagram. Then I go back to elements. I select another one, network, and that is LinkedIn. Where is LinkedIn? Over here. Then I go back. I go to the icon. I want it to open in a new tab. I go to design. I can change the size. So I want the color to be white. So I click over here, white. I can use custom sizes if I want to change it. By default, I want right now I want it to be 1 RAM. That's perfectly fine. Then I go to one of the social media icons. So I go to content elements. Let's go for the social media follow. And then I want to go for Facebook. Then I go to design. I go to border. I want to have a border radius of 2 RAM. And now it's round, as you see. Then I want to go to the content, to the background, and I want to change that to orange. Now I go back to content elements, right mouse click, copy item styles, right mouse click, paste them, and paste them. Awesome. Then I hover over here. I click on the green plus. I want to have a new area. This time 4 columns. I want to start with the text area. I triple click and then I say about Ferdy. Let's style this because over here it's also bold. So I go to design, text, and let's see. I change the color of the text to white and I want it to be bold. I love it. Then I click on the plus over here and I want to go for an icon list. So I search for list. There you go. I style only one, so I get rid of all the other ones. So I go for the first one. I go for the icon and I go for an arrow. Let me scroll down. I like to have an arrow like this. Then I go to design, to the icon. I want to use the color orange, and for the text, body text, I go for the color white. So now I want to use all those texts. So let me triple click over here and I say about Ferdy. I click over here, I go to content, elements, and I duplicate them a few times. Then I click over here, I go to text and I change this to about Ferdy.com. I go to the next one, and if I keep this open, I click and then I can change it over here. Blog, click here once and say recommended. Am I doing this right? No, knowledge. Knowledge. Okay. Then I click over here. I go to design, spacing. I want to decrease the space. So let me see, margin button, minus. I can also say rem, -1 rem. I like it. So I go to this row, the row settings, to content, elements. I want to duplicate it a few times. 1, 2, 3. And the last 3 I will remove. So let's see, let's take a picture in my head. Tutorials, courses, recommended. Tutorials, courses, recommended. And then over here, I say Croco blog. Triple click. And if I don't need one, I remove it over here. Okay, nice. Then I want to have a area like this. So let me copy this. I click on the plus. I want to have one area. And I start with a text where I triple click, paste it. Then I go to design, to text, make the color white, change the font. Where's the font? Text size, text size. Is that a glitch? I don't know, but I want to change it to rem. And I say 0.75. Okay, then I want to duplicate it. So I go over here if I want to. Content, elements, I duplicate the text. Then I go to design, layout, next to each other, center, and space between. I click over here, content, text, and then I can add a disclaimer slash or shift backslash privacy policy affiliate disclaimer. I can add a lot of things over here. I think disclaimer is enough. So I can make those two a link. So I say Command K or Control K, and I say HTTPS, or no, I say / disclaimer. Of course, I need to create a page. Then over here, Command Control K / privacy policy. I don't want those colors to be blue. So over here, I say Command or Control A, and I go to the color and I make them white. Then I go over here to the row settings, to design, border. I want to have a border style on the top of 1 pixel, and I want it to be white. Then I want to go to spacing. From the padding, rem, I say 1. Okay. I can also say, let me see. Sometimes it's still confusing for me. I want to bring this up a bit. So if I would say minus, no, that's the wrong area. Yes. So rem, still after so many years, it's sometimes confusing for me. Okay, let's do 2. And then below, or 1.5. And also here 1.5. I'm really happy with that. And then here is also quite a lot of space. So here I could say 0, I think, or here 0 or minus. Yes. Rem -1, -2. Really nice. And what I really like, if I go to the tablet, I like how it is displayed. And if I go to the smartphone, I also like how this is displayed. I try to bring this to the center, but then those arrows, they're all over the place. So I like it the way it is. One more thing, click over here. Sometimes it's hard to select. I can also go to the wireframe, go to the image, and then I go to content, link, /. Save it. So now, if I close this, Command E, wait, save. And when you do this for the first time, you can't leave this page. What you need to do, you need to click on exit and then make sure all changes are saved. Really important thing, if I take a look at the website, none of these are links. So of course I need to link them. So I go to the footer, I go to the first one, and then I link it to /about Ferdy and make sure that the page also exists. So now if I save it and I refresh the page, it becomes a link. But when I hover over it, I almost see no difference. So what I can do, I can click over here. I go to design, to text, body text, and I have the white color. Then I click over here. I go to hover and I select the orange color. I save it. Now I refresh the page. Now when I hover over it, it's orange, but with everything else, it's not yet. So what I need to do, of course, over here, content, link. Let's go back to the desktop version. I should have /about Ferdy.com. I should have a link everywhere. And when I've done that, then I need to say right mouse click, extend attributes. So I go for the extend icon list style attributes towards the entire page or towards the parent section. I go to entire page because it's the whole footer. So I extend the attributes, I save it, and now when I refresh the page, everywhere where I have a link, it's orange when I hover over it. So that's really cool. Then I see that I also did something over here. So I probably should go there. Design. Let's see. Content. Design. Icon. White. Then I go back to content element. Copy. Paste. 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 And that is the way to cookie crumbles. There you go. I think we made a beautiful footer. Now it's a matter of linking everything to the right page. Now let me show you how you can optimize your footer for all devices. And maybe it's already the case because Divi 5 is amazing. It's good sometimes to just say that. Divi 5 is amazing. Wow. Wow, deep stuff. So let's optimize it. So, as I said, if I click over here, I like how it looks. And if I click over here, I also like how it looks. I try to bring this to the center, but then the arrows are not in line anymore. I love it the way it is right now. One more thing. Click over here. Make sure that at design, let me click over here. At the design, let's go to the icon. There's the color. Make sure that if you hover over it, it becomes orange. No, sorry, not the icon, but the background. So when I'm on hover, right now nothing happens. If I change it to orange, also over here, orange. Or let me see, which color was it? Oh, it's already orange. So it should be, I would go for the dark color, secondary color. And over here also. So when you, let me close this, go to the website. So when you hover over it, it becomes dark. Amazing. So this is what we have created so far. Let's go to our second page. We're going to talk about the About page. And what we're going to create, we're going to speed up our workflow. As I said before, we're going to copy an area, a section from the home page, paste it in the About page, then adjust it a little bit. And then I will show you how you can save it as a template so you can use it on every single page where you want to have a title. We're going to create a title area for the About page, save it, and then later on you can use it on any page, change the text, and save some time. Let's go to the About page. So if I go to my example website about Ferdy, I see this title. And if I go to tutorials, I see the same area, but with a different text. Recommended, it's a little bit different. So let's talk about tutorials. About Ferdy, I want to create this area and save it as a template. So in order to do that, first, I open the About page in a new tab, holding Command or Control. So there you go. I want to edit this page with Divi, edit with Divi, but also the home page, edit with Divi. Why? Because I want to copy something. I want to copy this whole section. So over here, right mouse click, copy section, and over here, right mouse click, paste the section below. So I get rid of this one. So now we have an exact copy. So if I take a look over here, I want this area about Ferdy. So I triple click about Ferdy. I want to get rid of this one, this one, this one, and this one. I want to have this. It's not a module in Divi, so I can create it by hand. Click on the plus, go for text. And then I say home, arrow, about Ferdy. Let me bring this on top. If I cannot do that, I can like that. And otherwise I could have done it over here. So I select it again, design. I go for text. Change it to the heading, to capitals, to white. Then I want to go to content, text, select this area, Command K, and say / so it becomes a link. And when it becomes a link, it will be a different color. I don't see it, that's weird. Save it, Command point, there you go, I don't see it anymore. So what I will do, I will go to content, let me select this, content text, Command A over here, and I make it white. Then I click on the plus, I want to have a white text again, with this over here, copy, triple click, paste it. Then I go to design, text, I change the font size, color, the text color to white. And now I want to save this. New preset, white text. Save it. Okay. Command E. This is how it looks. I think it's quite big. So let me see how I can make it smaller. I click over here. I can go to the row settings, to the second column, and then add design sizing. I can decrease this so it becomes smaller. And then the question is, how does it look on a different device? Let me increase it again. And what I want the text to be in front of the image. So I go to the image, advanced, position, Z index -10. If nothing happens, I go over here and make it 999, 999. What is happening? This is sometimes how things go. I go to the second, the left column, advanced, position, 999, 999. There it is. So I need to do it on a column level, not an individual element. So I could go over here, get rid of this, could go to the image, Get rid of this. So now, make it smaller. Over here, I want to change it a bit. So edit with Divi. Over here, I want it to be smaller. I could also do that on the level of the column arrow. So I can go to the left and then I can go to the right with my arrows. I go back to the column, sizing. Oh, I'm at the wrong column, I guess. So let's get this at over here. I go to section, content, elements, row to the second column, and there I go to design, sizing. Okay, let's keep it with 41. Spacing, I decrease it a bit, so I see a bit more of my face. Keeping in mind that there's also a top bar over here, a header. Great. On the phone, I can make it look like this. Save it. So now it's great for all devices. Right mouse click over here at the section. I can say save to the library. I call this one page title. Add it to the library. Command S, Command E. Now I go to tutorials. I click on edit with Divi. Then I go to the plus, add from library, page title. I select it, use this section. It's optimized for all devices. I get rid of this one. I change this to tutorials. And over here, I change this to tutorials. So every page where I want to use this, it's optimized for all devices. So if I go to the blog, edit, plus, add, page title, use the section, get rid of this one, Command S, Command E. That's how easy it is. Of course, I need to adjust this. So change this to blog, change this one to blog. And I could change this text. So here at tutorials, have a different text. So now if I save this, I can click over here and I go to the tutorials page. So I stay within Divi, triple click, paste it, there you go. So I can navigate in between pages. Really nice. Command E. There you go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to create the About page in a short amount of time by copying and pasting? If so, let me show you how you can do that. If I take a look at the About page, we've created this, and what I see over here, it looks similar to something we've created before. So if I go to the home page, we see an image here at the left, some text here at the right, and a read more button, just like this area. Then we have another one the other way around, another image like this, like this. So let me show you how we can speed things up. I go to the About page, I hold Command so it opens in a new tab. Then I go to the Divi Builder on the home page. I go to the Divi Builder on the About page. So here's my reference. So I scroll to the area that I want to copy. That is this area. Right mouse click, copy the section. Right mouse click, paste the section below. There you go. Then I'm going to change the content. Personal, triple click, personal, triple click, about Ferdy. About Ferdy. I select this area, triple click, and then Command A, Command V. Okay, now I duplicate this area. Then I go to the row settings, to design, layout, and I change it from left to right to left. There you go. Then, by the way, I want to use the same image over here. So I click here, I go to Content, Image, and then I select this image. Over here, triple click, copy, triple click, paste it. Triple click, copy, triple click, paste it. Triple click, copy, triple click, Command A, paste it. Click over here. I want to make use of this image. I can save it. I've already done that. So I click over here, upload files. Ooh, I get excited, which is dangerous because then I can go too fast. So there you go. Now I duplicate this one again. And if I want to drag it, I can try to do so like this, all the way down, and it works. If it would not work, I could make use of the wireframe. That's easier to drag things or the layers. So let me see, it started with, okay, not everything did go right. This should be on top. So I click over here, I drag this one over here. So we have, wait a minute. It's copying it every time. Of course, if I click on it. Okay, so let me get rid of this one. So we have left, right, and nothing. So I duplicate this. We have 2 now. Then I go over here. And then I drag the lower one to the middle. Now we have left, right, right, left, left, right. Okay. Let's continue. WordPress tutorials. Let's select this, Command C, Command A, Command V. Okay, then I want to copy this one again. There you go. I drag it here below. By the way, I should change this image to the other one with the YouTube button. This one stays the same, but the content has to change. Why is it free? Why is this tutorial you're seeing right now free? Well, let me tell you, because I can make money with affiliate links and by views and through sponsorships. Here's no button, but I will keep a button over here. Oh no, I don't need a button. So it's optimized. And what we can do if we want to, click over here, go to the background, to an image, select one of those images, and then say custom size, rem 20, 20, bottom right, play around with that. If I want it to be lighter, let's go to the gradient. Let's try something new. White. And white. Then I want to go make sure that's on top, and then over here I don't go for white anymore. So what I will do, I go for this white and then a little bit less transparent. So it shows a lighter version of this. So that's how you can fix that. Now and then I keep on learning things, even though I'm in the middle of the tutorial. So one more time, over here, image, this one, make it a custom size of 30 by 30, a left bottom, there you go. And then if I think it's too harsh or it's too bright, I can go over here for 2 white colors and then change the opacity. And then then of course here, put on the top. There you go. So that's how we can create a page fast using copying and pasting, and everything is already optimized because we did it on the home page. With Divi 5, you can animate things. So you can have a lot of cool animations, fly in, slide in, fade in, bounce in, and it can make your website more alive, more dynamic. So let me show you how you can implement it in your website. In order to animate things in our website, we go to the Divi Builder. I can select any section, row, column, and module and animate it. So let's go for this one, learn how to. I click on it, then I go to design, to animations, the last one, and I can have a few different ones. Fade in, sometimes they glitch a bit. Bounce, zoom, flip, fold, roll. Well, also with this, I keep in mind that my website should be functional and it has the goal for people to reach out to me. So don't make a crazy, weird website with a lot of crazy animations. So what I prefer to do, I prefer to use fade or slide. In this case, I use slide. When you select it, below there are some options. From where should it slide or where to? To the right or to the left, top or bottom. So let's go to the right. The animation duration, how long should it take for it to go from start to finish? Well, let's save it. Exit holding Command. And then I edit it holding Command. So refresh. I think that's too much. So what I can do, I can click over here, design animations, and I can say the animation duration, that's fine. But the intensity right now it's 50%. If I bring this back to 10, you see it's only a small animation. So if I would say 20, I think that's nice. It starts easy in, easy out. So it starts slow, then it goes fast, and then it ends slow. Let's see. It starts fast, then it slows down. I want it to be like that. I can also say ease out, and then it ends slowly. I prefer ease out. I can make it go in a loop. Well, how about we don't do that? I say once. And what I can do now with those settings, I can say right mouse click, copy animation attributes, right mouse click, paste attributes, and then all animation attributes. Right mouse click. Right mouse click. I can also grab this whole list instead of every list individually. But how about we do it individually? Better. Paste. Oh, paste attributes. And the latest one. Okay. Command S. Let's refresh this. There you go. Now I want to add some delay. So I go over here. Keep animation open. So let's start with after 1/4 of a second. Sorry, this is the first one. And that's duration. I want to have the delay. So 250. Then I go to the second one. Change this back to 1000. And then over here, say 500. Then over here, I bring it from to the left. And I say after 375 milliseconds. So in between this one and this one. The third one is after 750 milliseconds. 1000. 1100. Those go faster. 1200. And then 1250. And then over here, now I go to the row. Let's go to content, row, and then I select the first column, design, animation, let's say slide to the top after 12 or 1500 milliseconds. Sorry, it takes 1 second. The delay is 1500. It starts with 20%. And I go for ease out. So now, copy, right mouse click, copy animation. I go back to content, to the second one, right mouse click, paste them, Then I go to the third one, design, paste them. And then over here, sorry, at animation, I say 2000. And over here, let's go to elements. Sometimes it's hard to find the right column. Click over here. I have to click a lot. Animation, I say 750. So I save everything. Look at this. I refresh it. And it looks like that. Well, that's quite a lot. What you also can do if you scroll down, let's say over here, you can keep it really easy. Click over here, animation, slide from or to the right. Then I go over here to content. Okay. Make sure this column is selected, design, slide to the right, no delay, sorry, to the left. And now what happens when I refresh the page? I see all those animations. Now when I scroll, look at this. Oh, that's nice. I can also have a delay over here. So I say delay 250. And then over here, let's see. Yeah, I go to delay of 500. And let's make this 20 again, not too much. Also over here, 20. Save it. Refresh. So now I'm scrolling and I get a really smooth animation. And I can do that with everything if I want to. Keep in mind that when you use animations, the more you use, the slower your website becomes. If you're hosting at Hostinger, everything will be fine. But keep it in mind. Don't overdo this. This is a little bit overdoing it. If I go to apple.com, okay, they also use kind of animations. But if I scroll down, everything is static. If I go to tesla.com, they have a video, but not a lot of animations as you see. So it can be nice, and I just want to show you what you can do, but it's up to you if you want to use it. I was talking about making your website more alive with animations. You can also have hover animations. So those animations occur when you do certain things on your website, especially when you move your mouse on certain places. So let me show you how to create hover animations for any single section, row, column, or module in your website. In order to create a hover animations, we can go to any section, column, row, or module, click on it. Then I click over here and I go to hover. Here at design and at content, everything that's not grayed out like this can be changed. So this cannot be changed. But if I would go to sizing, this can also not be changed. If I go to spacing, here I can change things. So if I would say 1 over here and 1 and 1 and 1, that means that when I hover, this changes. So let me save it, refresh. This is really a bad example. I would never do this because then the whole website shifts. But that's how easy it is. Just select the hover state and now you can change anything. Let me bring this back to nothing. But what I can do, what I like here at transform, I can go to the second one, uncheck this, and at the X I say 10 pixels. You see it shifts 10 pixels. So if I save it, refresh, when you hover over it, that happens. You can do it on all 3 titles. So it gives the idea that your website is a bit more alive. I would also do that over here at the button. Still over here, transform, uncheck this, and I can say RAM 0.5. Since I'm in hover state, I also have another background. So if I go to the button settings, I go to the background. I have that color, which is the same as the background color. So I change it to a darker one. Now it looks like that. So if I hover over it, the color changes and it goes 8 pixels to the right. And then if we take a look, let's take a look over here. I close this, I go to transform. I can go to rotation, skew, transform origin, or go to filters. I can make it more saturated, make it lighter. So let's take a look at something else. Over here, I would like it if I go to the row settings, content, element, and I go to the column. Over here, design, animation, transform. I would like it if it would go up when I hover over it. So, okay, that's nice. And then something like that happens. What else? I click over here. I go to content, elements. I go to the first column. There's the heading and the button. So at the background, by default, I have this image. I go to the hover state. I go to the gradient and I drag the gradient a bit to the left. So the background changes. The second thing I want to do, I want to go to the border and change it to 3. Let me save it, refresh. So when I hover over here, the background changes. There's an animation of the hover. The only thing is over here, there's no animation for the new gradient. So I prefer not to use this. Bring it back. So also over here, I could go to design. I could go to transform, for instance. No, I mean filter. And make it a little bit more contrasty, brighter, and saturated. Save it. Let's see if this has an animation. Yes. Well, I overdid it. But I think the idea is clear. So if I have changed something, it's light, it's white, so I can get rid of everything. So I would make it slightly, so 110, slightly brighter, 110, 110. Save it. That's okay. So you can go to anything on your website, and when you hover over it, you can create an animation. Everything that's visible over here, it's not grayed out, can be adjusted. So that gives you a lot of freedom to do whatever you have in mind. It can be handy, especially for buttons and anything else you want to use this on. The Divi theme comes with a lot of pre-made templates, whole websites, pages, sections. So let me show you how to make use of those. So let's go to the contact page. It looks ugly, so I click on Edit with Divi so we can make it look beautiful. And now I want to click on the plus. I want to go for a pre-made layout so we can save ourselves some time. I can scroll over here, see if I like something. And if I like something, a lot of pages are made in the same style. So is there a contact page over here? Yes, there is, but I don't like this one. So I go back. I can also scroll up and search for contact. And let's see if there's something I like. If I hover over it, I can see the whole page, but there is a chance I only want to have a small part of that particular page. So take your time, because that can help you to choose the right part. I like this one. So I click on use this layout. I don't want to import the presets. I click on import. So there I go. There are a lot of things I don't need. So what I will do, I will get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. Okay. And of this one. So what I will do, I click on the plus. I add something from the library, the page title. Use it. Okay. I say contact. I should definitely add ChatGPT to go for a better text. Over here at context, content, text, I say contact. Then I go to the wireframe. I bring this up. We're going up, 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 ba-dee, ba-da, bow. Okay, so let's fix this. I go over here. I go to design. I like to have a bigger border, so I go to rem. I can say 2. But now I'm here at the particular field, so I go back to the contact form, to fields, or just to a border. Over here, I say 2, like that. Then I go over here to this area. I want to be sure that I select the right thing. I click over here, go to content and go to the second column. There I go to design. No, not design, background. I still have to get used that background is at content, because at content, even though background is part of design, but that's why I sometimes go to design. So I go for the dark blue. Okay. Then I click over here. I go to design, text. I want it to be light, and I want to go to the image and icon. I want it to be, let's see, the second color. I want it to be orange. Also over here, orange. Orange, I don't need this. Over here, I go to the text, make it light, and then if I select this, it's still there. It's so easy to adjust things. And here I need to go to the content, to the text, select this area and just make it white over here. Then here, design. This is a heading. I need to check which heading it is. It's H4. So design, heading text, H4. Make sure that the text is white. Over here, button background. I use orange. And then if I hover over it, I choose this one. So how does it look on another device? Great. Over here. Great. Of course, I should change the content over here. My address, my phone, and my email. Like that. So if I want to have more over here, more information, elements, name, so I can copy it, click over here. I can change it to phone number, copy it, paste it. So that's what I can do. If you want to learn more, there's a tutorial about creating a form using Divi. So I leave it up to you. I save it. I exit this. So that's how you can create something with the help of pre-made templates. And of course, this over here should be H2. And then over here, design, heading text, H2. Let's grab this color. Save it, close it. So that's how we create the contact page. I will show you how to create a blog area for your Divi 5 website. So if I go to the blog page, this is what we're going to create, a blog page. We can design exactly how we want it to design with Divi 5. And if I click on a single blog post, through the Divi 5 theme builder, we can decide exactly how this post should be displayed. So I decided that this title should be here with this styling, the excerpt, the amount of words, an image of myself. Over here, we stick to images. It can be affiliate links, it can be advertisements. I show the featured image, the amount of time it takes to read, the author, the date of publishing it. And we can design every aspect of this blog post through the theme builder of Divi 5. So this is how this blog post looks if I go to another blog post. We see the same styling. Over here you see the template we create. And if I want to change it to a different color, and I save it, then on all the blog posts, this title was orange. So we can decide exactly over here on this template how we want our blog post to look. I will show you step by step how to create this post template and how to create the blog page. So in order to create the blog page, we go to the blog page over here. and I click on Edit with Divi. If I go to my website, Ferdy.com, and I go to the blog page, this is how it looks. So let's create something similar. I go over here, I click on the plus, add from library, and I go for a page title. Use this section. Then I get rid of this one, triple click. If I cannot see this, then I go over here. I change this to blog, triple click, blog, and I go to Ferdy.com, copy this text, paste it. Awesome. Now I want to showcase blog post, but it can be that you don't have blog posts yet. Well, let me show you how to get them. I say Command E, then I go to the backend to post. I don't see any posts. What I can do, I can go to Tools, Import, WordPress install now, run the importer, and over here at Finder, desktop, I have this folder where I can follow along with the same images I use. If you don't have that folder, go to ferdy.com/images. There you can sign up and get the images for free. Then you can go to the resources folder, to blog, and import this. Or you go to a website that you have with blog posts. I have this one, so I go to the backend. I scroll down to Tools, Export. Then I go for Posts, all of them, download the export file. Okay, I go to the homepage, then I go to the website over here, choose a file. I select this file, upload file and import. And I assign everything to Ferdy. I download and import file attached, and I click on Submit. Okay, all done. Have fun. Well, thank you. I go to the posts. There they are. So now I can go to the website, to the blog page, edit with Divi. Then I can create a new container, click on the plus or the new section. I go for one column, and then I search for blog. There you go. Now by default, it looks like this. We're gonna make this look better. So over here, I have the blog page. We create something similar as this area. So this is what I see. I see a title, a text, and read more. So what I see an image, title, text, and no read more. So what I will do, I will see if I can make it look better. So the first thing I see over here, okay, I go to content and I can select what I want to include over here. I can select post or all pages or projects. The post count, I would like to say 9. So I scroll down, and after 9 posts, I can go to older entries. Then over here, I can select certain categories. So only the affiliate categories. Let me turn it off. Use post excerpts. I prefer that. The excerpt length, a maximum of 150. Let's see how that looks. Not too long. Yes, that's okay with me. Okay, now I want to go to design. The first thing I see is this border. I don't like it. So I go to border. Over here, there's a border of 1 pixel. I say 0. Better. Then I want to go to the title. So over here, equipment video, that looks different over here. So what I will do, I will go to the, let me see, title text. H2, the font. This is from the big tutorial. So I select headings. If you want to see how to set it up, go to ferdy.com. Search over here for Divi, hit enter. Click over here. And then watch this tutorial. There I show you how to set up variables like global fonts and global colors. So the font weight, I want it to be bold. The text color, I want it to be the primary color. The text size, let me see. Let's see how H4 looks. Yes, and then I want to have a line height of 1.6. That's too much. 1.2. Better than if I don't want to have this over here. I don't have it over here. So if I want to get rid of it, I go to content, elements. I show the featured image. I don't show the author because everything is written by me. I don't show the date and I don't show the categories. I do show the excerpt and the pagination here below. So let me go back to design and I want to go to the body text. I use the body text. The font is regular. The color, I want it to be body text color, body size. I click over here, go for the body text. Then the line height is 1.8. Then we can take a look at the featured image. Let me see the image. I can play around with the border. What I prefer to do, I could say border rem 2. But no matter how the image looks, I want to change it to 16:9, the aspect ratio of 16:9. Right now it's not the case, I think. So what I will do, I will go to advanced, to CSS, and let's go to Ferdy.com. Search over here for Divi. Go to the tutorial. Scroll down, and then over here, I go for blog post overview with featured image aspect ratio of 16:9. So I copy this code. I paste it here. And there you see it changed a bit to 16:9. And if I later decide I want to change things, I can go to design, to title text. I say 1.4. So there's a bit more space. Save it. Refresh. Then I can click over here. And then it looks like this, which is ugly in my opinion. And that's why we're going to make it look better. But first, let's continue over here. So I think I prefer the way it was. So I go to advanced, get rid of this. So there's a bit more space for the featured images. What else? If I hover over it, what should happen? Well, let's take a look at where is design? The image. I go for filters and then filters for if I hover over it. So I hover over it. I can change the saturation. So let's say 110. The brightness 120. So if I hover over it, let's save it. Refresh. If I hover over it, you see something is changing. Then you can click on it, and then you can go to that post. Well, let's go back. Let's go to 4 steps to set smart goals for your website. So this is how it looks by default, the Divi styling. Of course, we need to make it better. So how can we do that? Well, let me show you. I go over here. I save this for this for me, okay? Let's take a look over here. And over here. Nice. Command E. Then I go to the backend. I go to Divi Theme Builder. And right now I only have a global header and a global footer. If I want to have a global blog post layout, I need to click over here, add a new template, build a new template. It's specific for all posts. And I create a template. Then I take with me the global header and footer, so that's okay. I click on add a custom body and I want to build a custom body. And it is assigned to all the blog posts. So what I can do, click over here, add from the library, page title, use this section. Click over here, remove this. What I can do over here, instead of using text, I can fetch information from the blog post. So I click over here on this icon, insert dynamic data, and I go for the post or archive title. Your dynamic post title will display over here. Well, I see it's linking to the center. So just to make things sure, I click on heading text, bring it to the left. And over here, I could have the excerpt, but I leave it for what it is now. So if I save it, what should happen if I refresh this is that I only see this title now. And I don't see that because Why not? If I want to close this, Command E, it says leave site. I need to save it. But if I save it and I say Command E, it still says, do I want to leave the site without saving? So what I need to do, I need to click on exit and then I need to save the changes over here. Now, when I refresh this is how it looks. About tutorials blog. So this is a blog post for 3 steps to set smart goals for your website. So in that way, we can use dynamic data, which is super cool. So I click over here and we're going to continue with this blog post template. I click on the plus. I want to have 2 areas, a text for the area for the blog and a small area for the sidebar. So what I can do now, I can select image. Let me do that. And over here, I click on the same icon and I go for the featured image. So now if I save it and I refresh it, the featured image will be fetched. Well, I go to design, I go to the border and I say rem 2. So now all my featured images have a nice rounding. Okay, I already have the title over here. So below, I click on the plus. I want to have the post. So it will load the content, post content if I select this, which has a certain format. Save it, refresh it. So now we see the text. And the interesting thing is over here, we have this space. So you can try to get rid of it by going to design, spacing, get rid of everything. But over here, it just looks fine. It goes directly below the side of the featured image. So we don't have to play around with the spacing, but the styling is totally not as over here. So a lot of work has to be done. Let me show you how. Over here, I click, I go to design, all the images. What I like to do, I like to give them roundings because that has everything to do with the styling of my website. So every single image will have roundings. Then it's maybe not the most fun part, but I go to the heading text H1. That's actually already used over here. So I don't need that. So I go to, but just in case, H1 should look like the heading and it should be bold. It should have this color. It should have this size, really big. And if I want to know how what the best sizes are, Ferdy.com. I search for sizes. Over here, it says Elementor, but it's applying everywhere. So line height 1.1 should be great. 1.1. So there's more space over here. Then I go to H2. Again, heading, bold, color, primary color, size, H2. And for H2, they say 1.15. Then I go for H3, do the same thing. I know I need to do this only once. Bold. So let me fast forward. Okay, then we go to a really important one. We go to body text. So I choose the body font. Weight is normal. The color, body text color. The text size, body text, and then really important, line height 1.8. This is easy to read. So now, with those settings, look at this, how different it looks. Right now it looks like this. If I refresh it, it looks like that. So the images have corners, the text is big, the headings are big. I make use of H4, no, WP block heading. Which one is that? H3. So H3 and H2 is what I use. And that's good. And not only this blog post looks like this, if I go to the blog page, I can also go to a different blog post. Then we also have the style like this, the featured image. Very nice. So if I go to my website, I see those two. So let me save this, save image as, Elementor add, and an element Hostinger add, save it. So what I can do now, at the theme builder, I click on the plus, I want to go for an image. I select the image, upload files. Let me see. Desktop, let me upload them both. Let's go for Hostinger. What I can do, of course, I can make it a link. So I can say, go to HTTPS Ferdy or divi5.com/Hostinger. That can be an affiliate link. Let me show you how that works. I open it in a new tab and I can make it stick. So I go to advanced, scroll effects, stick to top. So when I scroll down, it sticks with us. Save it, command, or let me refresh this. There it is. It sticks with us. I can even give it the offset. So offset can be 20. Save it, refresh. So let me scroll down and then there's a nice offset over here. Let me see at Ferdy, it looked like that. So what I can do if I want to design spacing or border rem 1. I can duplicate it, click over here, go to content, image, select the other one, change the link to Elementor. In order for those links to work, Command E, I go to the backend, to plugins, add a plugin, and I search for redirection. I install this now, more than 2 million installations, activate. Now I go to redirection settings. I can also go to tools, redirection. I need to set it up once. I love this plugin. I click on start setup, continue, continue, finish setup, continue, ready to begin. So what I can do, I say /Hostinger, and I can refer to any link I want. HTTPS hostinger.com. Add a redirection. So when I go to the website, divi5.com, I go to a blog, I go to a blog post, I scroll down, and I say, let's go to Hostinger. I go to a new tab, and I go to hostinger.com, even though the link was divi5.com/Hostinger. If I go to the backend and I go to tools, redirection, what I will see that today, February the 6th, I add a hit. It's a 301 redirection. So in that way, I can send people to divi5.com/Hostinger, /Elementor, /anything with a short link, and then it will link them to the real link. And some affiliate links are really long with a lot of codes. So I really like this. So I can keep track of how many times people click on it, see if that is in line with the affiliate program of the tool that I promote. And the links are shorter. So it's a win-win. So the other one should be /Elementor, HTTPS elementor.com, or my affiliate link. And now when people click on that, always test them, by the way. Otherwise you can miss out on SEO because Google doesn't like it when your website is linking to things they don't find, and you can miss out on affiliate revenue. So I click over here and then I go to Elementor. Awesome. So I like it, how it looks. But what I see over here, look at this. It stays until the end. So what I can do, I can go to the, let me see. I drag this to the left, I go to the backend, and I go to Divi Theme Builder. Click over here. So what I could say over here, advanced scroll effects, and then I say bottom sticky limit in the column. But if I do that, this happens. There's a weird glitch. It stays within the row, it doesn't go below that. But how can I fix this? Well, I'm glad you asked. I click on the plus, I go for a group, and the group is actually kind of a row. I can have something in it, I don't want that. I drag those two images over here, and in order to do it, I go to the wireframe. So the first image, there you go, and the second image, there you go. Wait, Command Z. And then change them like that. I click over here and I say, you know what? I don't want to have this anymore. Do not stick. Also with the other one, do not stick. So if I go to the normal version, it doesn't stick anymore, but I want the group to stick. So I click over here. There's the group, advanced, and then I say stick on top and stay in the column. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I refresh the page, that goes. If I scroll all the way down, they stay within their limits. The only thing I want to add is the offset of 20 pixels. Save it, refresh. There you go. I really like it. So what else? I want to have a comment area over here, comment section. How can I add it? Over here, I scroll down all the way. I can click on the plus. I go for comments. There you go. Well, there's a nice layout that we can improve because right now it really looks like it's made by Divi. It screams made by Divi. I don't want that. I want it to be unrecognizable. So I can go to design and look at this, all those options. So you can do two things. Or you go to all these areas and you change them. Or I show you how to create this, or I create this for you and you can import it. So if you go to ferdy.com/Divi comments, you download a zip file. I want to keep it. I want to unzip it. There it is, a module of 6 kilobytes. Then I save it, Command S. I close this, close this, close this. I open the backend in a new tab. I go to Divi, Divi library. Then I click on import and export. I go for import. I choose a file that's from my downloads. This one. Import. Okay. The page renews. There is comments. Now, over here at this area, I exit it. Refresh. Now it's light, super cool. I don't know why. If I click over here and I scroll down, I can click on the plus. I go for add from library and there is the comments module. I use this module. Now all those settings are like this. I think this looks way more beautiful, at least more in the style of our website than this. And I think it took me, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. So I could show you how it works, but by now you should be able to do that yourself. So the image over here, you can go to the border, rem, say 5, so it's rounded. Then you can change the colors, make it bold, change the line height, etc., etc. So I close this. Then there are other things I want to show, maybe. On top, actually, of the comments, I can go for blog. So I go for blog. And I want to show 3 posts. I could say post for the current page. So they're relative to what is shown over here. Then, what I also can do if I want to, let me go to the blog page. Edit with Divi. Right mouse click. Copy module. Closes. Right mouse click. Paste module. Where is the... There it is. Then I click over here. I go to post for current page. Show 3. And I don't want to have an excerpt. Let's see. So the elements, excerpt, no pagination, only the title, and I want the title to be way smaller. So I go to title text, It is H2, but let me see. I can change the size to body text better. Okay. What we also can do, if we want to, we can create a new section, one column. I don't want to have anything in it. Then I go over here. So there is comments. Let me see. Where is the block? I want to drag the block over here. Go back. So now we have the blog post. Then we have the comments. And below that on the whole width, we have those other related blog posts. Then I can click on the plus. I go for a heading. By default is H2. And I say related blog posts. And I should, of course, drag it on top. There you go. Command S. This is how it looks. Okay. Then one more thing over here. I want to have a nice background. So I go for an image. I go for this one. Or this one. I say change the cover to custom size. In RAM, and I say 50, or I can just let it be. I don't know. What do you think I should do? RAM 50. Image height, RAM 50. And then bottom left. So there it is, through the comments. Okay. Or what I can do over here, click on it, go to background, make it white, go to design, to spacing. Let me see, go to padding, RAM 2, 2, 2. And what do you think? 2. I can have the nice borders of 2 RAM. Let's see, Divi 5. Let's go to the website, to the blog post. I go to this one. Scroll down, sticks with us, and then below there is this area, there are the comments, and there are no related blog posts yet. So what I also can do, go over here. No, close this. Go over here, go to content, post for current page, no, all posts. Save it. So now if I refresh this, there are related blog posts. And now this has a nice background. So far, so good. What else can we do? Because we can have more information about our blog post over here. Let me show you how you can do that. So over here, in between the image, click on the plus and the content. I want to have a group. A group is actually a column within. So I go for an icon. I want to duplicate it. I want to go for some text. I want to duplicate that a few times. Then I go over here. Icon text. Icon. Let me see. Icon text. Icon text. Duplicate it and icon text. Okay. Now I want to go to the group. So I select this, I go back until I see group, I see all those elements. Now I go to design, to layout, I bring it from left to right. I want to bring it to the center and the horizontal gap, RAM 1. Okay, then over here, I say text, copy, triple click, paste it, triple click, paste it. Then I go over here to design. I'm here at the icon now. So I go to the icon. I change it to orange. And the size, how about 2 rem? 2. What I can do now, right mouse click, extend, right mouse click, or let's say right mouse click over here. I can say extend attributes on the entire section. Extend. So now they are all orange. Let me go back over here. Let's see if this is something is going on over here. It's a group in a group. Let's see. So I have the group. Icon, text, icon, text. You know what? I'll bring it back to this. So I have an icon and I have a text. Let me duplicate it. Bring this in between. I can also go to layers. So to the group, icon text. Let me duplicate it, and also here duplicate it. So icon text, icon text, icon text. There we go. This is how making websites goes. So over here, I want to change the icon at content to something with time. Okay, and over here I triple click and I say 4 minutes to read. Over here, I will have a person. I can say Ferdy. And over here, I can say agenda. If I don't see something, I can say calendar. I go for a day, something that looks like a day. This one. Over here, I can say February 2. But we can make use of dynamic content. So I can say somewhere in this blog post how long this read is. I will do that using advanced custom fields. We'll talk about it in another tutorial. You can click over here to watch that. Over here, instead of showing 30, I get rid of this. And I go to this icon. And I go for dynamic data. So I go for the post author, which is John Doe. Then over here, February, let's cancel this. I get rid of this, and then here I say publish date. There you go. So this information will be fetched later. If I save this and I refresh it, we've created this. The icons can be smaller in my opinion, or different. Let's see if there's a better one. Person, maybe that one. And over here, I go to design, icon. I say 1.5. Over here, 1.5. And then over here, 1.5. So next, if I want to have a excerpt, I could have that over here. Text. I can click over here and I say I go for the post excerpt. I can go to design, to text. I want to have white text. Text. I want to go for white. So dynamically, the title will be fetched, the excerpt, the featured image, the time to read, that's for the other tutorial, the author, the date it's published, and then it will be displayed like this. The blog post will be made using the Gutenberg WordPress editor. And this looks also really nice. And then there are related blog posts. I really like this. How does it look on a different device? And then over here it looks like this. And then below there are the ads. Okay. Command S. So now we have a blog post. And over here, let's change that. I click over here. I go for attributes, content. There's the post excerpt. click on it, post excerpt, number of words. So I say 30 or 10. So let's see, 20, not too much. Apply, save, otherwise you get something like this. So let's refresh it. Okay, this is our blog post. And now if I go to blog, I go to a different blog post. Again, another title, another excerpt, another featured image, related blog posts. So that is how it looks right now. I love it. We're going to work with Divi 5 and advanced custom fields. By default, you can have blog posts, you can have pages, you can have media, but with advanced custom fields, you can create custom post types. For instance, movies or projects or tutorials. So I created this page over here, tutorials, and I show an overview with the latest tutorials. And if I click over here, I can edit this tutorial. So this is another page, this is another blog post, this is a tutorial, a custom post type that I created. Over here, I see all this information, the YouTube video, the amount of time it costs to watch, the publishing date, important links. And then over here, I can create content using the WordPress editor. And if I click on edit tutorial, I have the content with the WordPress editor, and below I have custom fields. That's what is possible with advanced custom fields. It's a free tool. So I created a YouTube URL, the video duration, and a few links. And then through the Divi 5 theme builder, we can decide how that information will be displayed. And in that way, every single tutorial that I create over here will have the same style. So if I adjust something over here, it will be adjusted on all my tutorial pages. And that is what I'm going to show you right now. So what we just did in this tutorial, I created a blog page with the most recent blog post displayed like this. And then if we go to a single blog post, we created a template for that using the theme builder from Divi. And now everything looks like this. In the style of our website, this blog post is created using the WordPress editor and it is displayed like this through a template. Also, comments can be created like this. We styled everything, their related blog posts. So what we're going to do the same, but now with an advanced custom field, with another post type. What are post types? Well, if I go to the backend, posts, blog posts are a post type. Media is a post type. Pages is a post type. Comments is a post type. Projects is a post type. So what I want to place over here, if I go to ferdy.com, is tutorials. So I can see an overview with all the tutorials. If I go to a tutorial, it's displayed like this. And this is what I want to rebuild using Divi. In order to do that, I go to plugins, add plugin. Then over here, I search for ACF, which stands for Advanced Custom Fields. We're going to use the free version. I click on install now, activate. Now over here, I can go to ACF. I want to go to post types. I click on it and I want to create a new one. Well, it's called tutorials. So I say tutorials, the plural, the singular is tutorial. You see an example. If I hit tab, automatically this one appears. Taxonomies. So taxonomies can be tags, categories. Well, I only want to use two. That is categories and tags. I want it to be public, so you can see it over here also. If you want to, there's advanced configuration. So what I want to show when I open a tutorial, I want to be able to create a title, the editor, a featured image. I want to have an excerpt. I want to have custom fields. I want to have comments. Okay, I can have a description. I leave it for what it is. I can go to labels. This looks all fine. I go to visibility. So I want to choose an icon for this. Well, really simple. I want to go for a play icon. So it will be displayed over here with a play button and tutorials. I can decide the menu position. So if I want to be on top, so let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do it below pages or below posts. So 1, 2, let's say 3. Let's see what happens. I don't want to exclude it from search, or I don't turn this on. URLs, fine. Permission, fine. And also REST API, also fine. So I click on save, and when I save it, look at this. There is dashboard tutorials. So if I want to bring it below post, I can go to visibility, change to position 4. There you go, post, tutorials. And with posts, I can see all posts, I can add a post, I can add a category, I can add a tag. And with tutorials, I can have all tutorials, add a new tutorial, add categories and add tags. So super awesome. This is Ferdy.com. Let's go to the website. I hold Command, so I go to the backend. At the left, I have the backend. At the right, I have the results. So if I go to blog, I see that it looks like this. I like that. I want to have something similar for tutorials. So what I can do, I can edit this page with Divi. If you want to learn how to create this page, then go to Ferdy.com. Search for Divi. Search for Divi 2026 or maybe 2027 if it's a year later. And then over here, I have tutorials, read more, Divi 5 blog templates. There I will show you how to create an area like that. Or you can go to the playlist and watch all my tutorials related to Divi 5. So what I will do, I will edit this with Divi. Okay, I could do it per section. So I could say this section, I want to save it to the library, but I can also go over here, page, add this to the library. I call this one the blog page. Add it to the library. I save it. Then I say Command E, that closes the Divi Builder. Then I go to tutorials, edit with Divi. I can get rid of this area. Then I want to click on the plus. I go for a saved layout. The blog page, use this layout. There you go. So triple click over here. I say tutorials. Learn more about making websites. Well, that's the same. Triple click over here. Or if I don't see this, I go to content, text, change it to home, tutorials. And over here, the most recent tutorials or blog posts are shown. Posts. There's no tutorials. Oh, there is now, but if I select it, nothing is found. So let me save this. We need to create a tutorial. Well, before we do that, let me close this, Command E. So this is how the tutorials page looks. There are no tutorials found yet. So what I can do, I click over on new or I hover over new. I go to tutorial and I say how to make a website using Divi. Let me publish it, publish it. Okay, now if I go to the website, holding Command, to the website, to tutorials, there is how to make a website using Divi. I want to have a featured image, so let me make sure that I get that. I can set a featured image. I click on upload files, select files. Let me see, Divi Theme Tutorial 2026. I open this one. Always get rid of the dashes over here. Copy, paste and set the featured image. Now if I save it and take a look at the result, I see this. We can adjust the size over here. If I click on it, it looks like this by default. We're gonna create a template for this because it looks really ugly. So let me go back. But what I want to have with advanced custom fields, I want to have custom post types. So by default, if I edit this, I see a title. I see a text I can write over here. Text I can write. If I hit enter, I can say / heading. And I can say WordPress tutorial. I can bring it on top. So there's the editor. But here below, there's nothing else. The only thing I can do, I can have the title, I can have the content, I can have the featured image, and that's it. So let me save this. I want to have more information. How can we get that? Well, let me go over here. Let me go back to ACF. I want to go to field groups. I want to create a new field group. And I call this one tutorials. So now I can create custom fields. So it can help me if I do this right. Over here, a few fields will be added where I can fill in extra information, a number, a URL, for instance, for the video on YouTube, what's the URL. So let me show you how to create that. So the first one I want to have is a URL to the tutorial. So I call this one YouTube video URL. If I hit tab, It will automatically create a field name. The default value, I can have a default YouTube video. So let me search Divi tutorial Ferdy. I grab this one. Oh, there it went. Copy the link address, paste it. I get rid of everything from the N symbol on. So by default, it will show the Divi tutorial. I can save it and add a new field. The second field I want to have is video duration. This can be a number. So I say video duration. Tab, default value, 10 minutes. Close and create a new field. Well, it can be that in my tutorial I want to use links. So affiliate links, for instance, if I say to people buy the Divi theme. So what I will say over here, I want to have a URL or even a link. And I can call this one link 1. It's a link URL, but look at this, what we can do now. I want to have multiple links. Let me save the changes. I need to assign this to the right area. So what I will need to do here at the settings, if the post type, remember post, tutorials, media, if the post type is equal to tutorial, then those custom fields will appear. So I save the changes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I refresh this page, Command R or F5 on the PC, look at this. I have now new areas over here. I can select a YouTube video. By default, it has this one, the video duration, and a link. So let me add a link. I say HTTPS Elementor elegantthemes.com. I say elegant themes. Open in a new tab, add the link. But what if I want to have multiple links? Well, let me show you what we can do. I can duplicate it. It automatically says link to. And now I go to conditional logic. And I say link to should only appear if the URL field, or let's say the link 1 field, has any value. So by default, it has nothing. But if somebody fills in link 1, then link 2 should appear. Why do I say this? Because if I have one link, maybe I want to have a second link, and that's not displayed over here. So I add this and I say, create a new one, or even better, duplicate it. And then there's link 3, conditional logic. If link 2 has any value, it's so hard for me to say that, then the third one should appear. So let's say a maximum of 3 links. So if I save it and I refresh it, since link 1 is created, I can say link 2. I can say HTTPS hostinger.com. Go to Hostinger, open in a new tab. And now if I add link 2, then link 3 will appear. Super cool. Save it. So I have important information. The duration of the video, well, let me check. I need to do some calculations. So it's 4 hours and 1 minute. So 4 times 60 is 240 plus 1. It's 241 minutes. Okay, with this information, if I take a look over here, I don't see that information. I only see the featured image, the title, some information over here. WordPress tutorial, text I can write, comments, this area over here, which I really don't like. So let's make this look better. How can we do that? Well, at the back end. So what I will do, I will go to Divi, to the theme builder. I can copy the body of all posts and then duplicate it. You know what? I will do that for a few things. So if you want to learn how to create this, then go to ferdy.com. Search for Divi. Go to the tutorial over here. Divi block templates. So what I will do, this whole area, I duplicate it, but this time I change the settings from all posts. Let me scroll down, and since we added tutorials, it's over here, all tutorials. Save it. So this is so cool. Let me save the changes. Now I can click over here. information will be fetched. So automatically the title of the tutorial will be displayed over here. The excerpt of the tutorial will be displayed over here, but there's no video yet. So what I can do over here, I can click on the plus. And this can be tricky because I could say, I get on a video. Let me get rid of this. And then I could say over here, make use of the custom field of this URL. But I cannot do that over here. So there's a workaround. I ask for ChatGPT for help, which I really like. So let me say this, Command Z. I click on the plus. I go for the code editor. There you go. Now with the code selected, I can click over here. And I can go for custom field. And then I go for the YouTube video URL. Then I say enable raw HTML, apply. Get rid of this. I save it. And now if I go to this page, look at this, refresh. Now it's fetching this URL, but this is not working. So let me show you how to change this, because we can always change things later. I go to the backend. I go to ACF, field groups. Then I go to tutorials. I click over here and I change the URL. Look at this, to embed. So I search for embed and there's embed. Look at this. Now everything changed. There's the embed size. I leave it empty so it automatically adjusts the size to the website. Now look at this. I can go to tutorials, how to make a website using Divi. And now it's fetched. So now I see this. So let me refresh this, see what happens. Now it is displayed. But that's not all. I can, let me see, I can go back. Yeah, I'm still here. So what I need to do, can do over here, I select this, then I go to design, I can go to border. I can say have a border of 1 rem. And now I can even style this area with those borders. So this is so cool. We can create custom post types. It can be tutorials, it can be movies, it can be football players, it can be anything. And then you can create custom fields and create information over here, fill that in, and then display it beautifully over here. So the only thing we have to do when we create a new tutorial is fill in the information over here, and it will all beautifully be displayed. Well, over here, talking about beautifully displayed, what I can do, I can go back. I can go to ACF, field groups, to tutorials. And then there's the YouTube URL. I click over here. I go for presentation. And then I say the width should be 50%. Then I go to video duration, presentation. Let me see, am I here at the right place? Yes, wrapper attributes 50%. So now if I save this, and I click here on edit tutorial, it's now 50% and 50%. And then this over here. Well, maybe I want have those links next to each other. So what I can say over here, presentation, 33%. Over here, presentation, 33%. Over here, presentation, 34%. Or not, I like the middle one to be 34. Save it, refresh. Now they are even shown here below. So what I can also say, let's see if that works. Presentation, 50. Presentation, 50. Presentation, all using a free tool. I really like advanced custom fields. There you go. So we now fetched the video. How about fetching the video duration? So I go to the template. Here's the time. I click over here. I go to content, text. Instead of this, I say, you know what? I click over here. I go for a custom field, which is video duration. Then I get a number. And after that, I say minutes of watch time. Apply, save. Let's take a look at the result. 241 minutes of watch time. I can have the author, the date published, or the reading time, because I can also have reading time over here. If I want to have that, I should add it over here. So if I don't want to have the author, because every video is mine, I go over here. Do this one. No, thank you. No, thank you. So now we only have the watch time and the publishing date. Save it. So how can we add those links? I can, this is a group. So let me create a new group over here. Group. Well, I have to be really careful with this. I create a group in a group. Let's not do that. So I go to the wireframe. There is this group. Let's duplicate it and get rid of everything. And over here in this group, I want to add a button. Okay, let's see how it looks. I click on the button. Then I go to the button text. I want to fetch it from my custom field, which is link 1. Okay, then I duplicate it and I duplicate it. I go to the second one and I say link 2. Then I go to the third one, link 3. Apply, save it. Now let's see how it looks. The great thing is, I really love this, that I only have 2 links. I did not fill in the third one, so automatically it is not displayed. But this is not how I want to display this. So what I can do, I can go to the field groups, so advanced, custom fields, field groups, tutorials. So what I can do, I can add a field and I say text, field label, link 1, name. No default value. There it is, link 1 name. I can, no, I can duplicate it. Duplicate it. So here I say link 2 name, link 2 name, and then the third one, link 3 name, link 3 name. Okay, save the changes. Now I can change the order. So it starts with this one. Remove everything that's not necessary. Okay, so now I go to link name 1, presentation 50. Link name 2, presentation 50. I wonder how this will look. Presentation 50. Save it. Then I go to edit tutorial, refresh this. Yeah, so this is how it works. So link 1, only thing I have to do, I don't have to link text. I don't have to open it in a new tab. Place it over here. The second one, got it. Paste it here. And the third one, let's leave it empty. Save it. So now refresh. It still looks like this. I go to the theme builder. I click over here. Then I go to text. I get rid of it. So I can say over here. Then I go for dynamic content, custom field, and I select link 1 name. Then I apply this. I go to the link and the button link is custom field link 1. Then I go to the second one. I change it to link 2. I go to the third one. I change it to link 3. I go to the second one. I go to apply to text. It's 2. And this one is 3. So let's see. This is not good because if I click over here, it's link name 1. Over here, it should be link name 2. And over here, it should be link name 3. Apply. Click over here, go to the link and say open in a new tab. Also over here, open in a new tab. Also over here in a new tab. Save it. Refresh. Click over here, it opens in a new tab. Awesome. I see this third one, even though I said if this one is empty, it should not be shown. So what's going on over here? Link 1, link 2. The third button is still linking to 2. So what I should do over here, custom fields, change it to link 3. And if that is empty, look at this. Refresh. Now it's not there until I decide to go for Ferdy.com for a new link. Over here, say https ferdy.com. Add the link, save it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there is a third link and it opens in a new tab. I love this. And of course, I could do the same with link 4, link 5. I close this or empty it. So I show the tutorial. The great thing is, by the way, if people watch the tutorial from here, it will also be good for the search results of your website, because then people are longer on your website. Let me show you real quick something over here. Let me paste some content. I go to Ferdy.com, Divi, this one. Let me copy this content. So over here, let me copy the blog post using the code editor. Copy a lot of stuff. As you see over here, not everything will be displayed perfectly. That's fine for now. If I refresh this at divi5.com, I see all those other videos. I see even more videos. So that's how I can adjust the content. And then when people leave a comment, great tutorial, thank you. Let me comment it, and now I see different because I'm already logged in. Now I see one comment. Thank you, I can reply. Thanks. Submit the comment. And then it starts to look like this. I think this is beautiful. This is exactly what we decided to create. So I love it. Of course, there should be some spacing over here. But this is what we've created. If I go to tutorials, now I see the tutorial. If I create multiple tutorials, it will also be shown. By the way, if this is too high, if you think this is too high, what I can do, let me go to my website, to Divi. Click over here. This here is displayed beautifully. I go to some custom codes for Divi 5. And I search for a blog post overview with featured image aspect ratio of 16:9. So I copy this. Now I go to the theme builder. Sorry, I don't know. I go to the website, to the tutorials page, edit with Divi. Then I go to the module that displays our latest blog post. I go to advanced. I go to CSS and I paste it over here. So now I can overview like this. If I create a new tutorial, it will appear over here. I can click on it and then it will be displayed like this. Of course, this is something I should change, but I really like it. So that's how we created a new custom post type, tutorials. I created extra information for it, like watch time, the video itself, and we made sure that the only thing we need to do when we create a new tutorial is place the title, the featured image, and then these fields over here. And these links will only appear when they have content in it. The video duration, embedded YouTube URL. So I only have to place this link and then automatically it will be displayed over here. If I want to change this text, edit the tutorial and add an excerpt. Hey there. Save it. There you go. That's the way the cookie crumbles. And then when people click over here, you can make money with affiliate links. Offering value can help you to make money. We've got to do something. So there's one more thing we need to do, really important. If I scroll down, I created 2 pages over here, disclaimer and privacy policy. In order to create those pages, we need to hire a lawyer. It costs around $5,000, but then you're good to go. I'm kidding. These days you can go to ChatGPT. Let's go to ChatGPT. Then you can say, explain what kind of website you have. I have a web design agency, or better, I have a content creator website where I share my YouTube tutorials and blog posts. I make money with affiliate links that I place on my website. Which legal pages do I need? And please give me a few pages. Give me the content for those pages so I fully am in line with the regulations. It's not my best English. English is not my main language. So it's thinking. That's a good thing. So over here, of course, we need to create those pages, but let's see what it comes up with. It's doing it now for the Netherlands and for the European Union. So here are a few pages. So if I will go for privacy policy, I already have that one. I should create a page, new page, privacy policy. I want to use the default editor for this one. Privacy policy. My website name is ferdy.com and my company is Ferdy BV. This is my address. This is my phone number. Please fill in these details where they need to be placed, so I don't need to fill those in myself. How about an email address? My email address is info@divi5.com. Okay. Privacy policy, now it has all the data. Last updated. So I copy this, still writing. I copy this, I paste it here. Today it's February 23, 2026. Okay. Publish, publish. I copy this link. I open this in a new tab, holding Command. Then I go to Divi, the theme builder, to the global footer. And over here, privacy policy, I make sure I have this link. Okay. Cookie policy. So what I can do. Cookie policy. Link it. Let's see. I've been on vacation for a week, so I have to figure out again where that link is. HPS, Divi 5, then cookie policy. Okay, save. I create a new page by going here, page, new, cookie policy, publish and publish. Copy, paste, again, February 23rd, 2026. Save it, save, and what was the other one I had? Disclaimer. So I create one more page. Disclaimer. Publish, publish. Paste it. Save it. So now, if I save this, I exit it. I say all changes are saved. I go to the website. Page down. It's still white. That's true. That is true. Let me go back to Divi Theme Builder, global footer. Over here, Command A. I change the color to white. And now, page down. I click on it. And I go to the privacy policy. Then I see that I don't like this page. So what I can do, edit with Divi. Click on the plus, go for a saved layout. Scroll down, click on the plus, add from the library, page title, use this one. And I bring it on top. And over here I say privacy policy, copy it also over here. Let's see, instead of about Ferdy, I say privacy policy, save it, exit. So now on any page, I go to privacy policy, I go to this page. If I want to, if I feel like it, edit with Divi. Over here, I have to fill in my VAT number. We get rid of all those extra spaces. Or you go to we go to the privacy policy again, copy it, Command A, paste it. That's better. Then fill in my VAT number. Save it, exit, save and exit. There you go. So we have a beautiful website optimized for all devices. What I want to do now, I want to see how well I'm found in the search results. So in order to do that, I open a new tab and I go to ferdy.com/SureRank, hit enter, and we can get started for free. And look at this, then you can see how many people click on your website, how many impressions you have in the search results of Google and other search engines. And the makers of this tool only create tools that are really straightforward, no unnecessary stuff. So in order to download it, we can go to the backend of our WordPress website, to plugins, add a plugin, and then I search for Sure Rank. I also use it on my own website. Activate it. Let me show you. Over here I see an overview of impressions and people that click on my website. Wow, there's going a down spiral. How do you say that? You see how it is in comparison with last month. This is Sidekit, by the way. So if I want to see more about Sure Rank, I go to Sure Rank over here and can see how I can optimize my website. If you want to follow an in-depth tutorial, well, go to my website, ferdy.com, and search over here for Sure Rank. Hit enter, complete Sure Rank tutorial. And there I can follow the whole tutorial. Right now, I click on Exit Guided Setup, and I want to go to Tools, Import. Then, if you have followed along with the same images I use, you have this folder. If you want that, go to ferdy.com/images. And then I click on Choose a File. Then I go to the Desktop, Resources, Sure Rank, Folder 12, and the best settings. Import settings. Awesome. Now we go to General. Everything's already set up the right way. If I go to the dashboard, I will see Sure Rank Insights over here. What I need to do, I need to connect to Google Search Console. It's free. Use a Google account or a Gmail account. Connect and create a new property. It's created and verified successfully. And now, soon we'll see information over here about how our website is doing. So let's see, we've created this website optimized for all devices with animations. When I hover over it, you see animations. We talked about backgrounds, FAQ area, creating a footer, creating a header that's optimized for all devices. We talked about speeding up your workflow by copying and pasting areas in your website. We created a blog page and, if you click over here, a template for all the blog posts. And we created a custom post type tutorials where we have an overview with the latest tutorials. And also here, information through custom fields. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for watching this tutorial. If you like the video, please like it. Feel free to subscribe for more upcoming tutorials. And then I wish you the best in everything you do. Bye-bye.